blueprint of how do we go forward in this particular sector. I feel there is a lot of possibilities when the university, the medical colleges, the various people in the medical colleges, as well as the industry, when it comes together towards a common goal. I think we can weave together a fabric which will be very useful for all the stakeholders. I think that is what is intended to be done. And post this meeting, I'm sure there'll be more insights into how we take forward the entire ecosystem, especially when it comes to R&D and clinical trials. We have yet to catch up with the best in the world. I think we'll have some insights into that going forward, and the entire industry would benefit from this stakeholder meeting today. So I wish the deliberation the very best and would look forward for the outcomes, which will be jotted down in the end. And I would look forward towards working with all of you so that the objectives which has been taken forth in this deliberation will be met. I'll be more than happy to contribute in any way possible from the side of the government as well. So with that, I wish everybody a very happy deliberation and great success of this stakeholder meeting. And I very happily inaugurate this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. University anthem. Please raise for the university anthem.
Jeevan, 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 Jeevan. Amulyamanadinastitvam, ajnatamanadinadharam. Anandamaparamaldhudakaramaanatin vigaswara vaividhyam. Nadi spandana talam talam, hridayamidippin swararagam. Iruttagannoru shastrayugattin karangal meettiya sangeetam. Manojna vismayamaganatthinu shruti meettunnavarinangal. പ്രപഞ്ച ചേതന വസുന്ധരയ്ക്കായി കനിഞ്ഞു നൽകിയ സമ്മാനം. ഓരോ പ്രാണതലങ്ങളിലെഴുതിയ നിഗൂഢമന്ത്രരഹസ്യങ്ങൾ തിരിച്ചറിഞ്ഞൊരു ശാസ്ത്രമിതെന്നും തലോടി മാറ്റും വേദനകൾ. നിതാന്ത കാവൽ നിൽക്കുന്നവർ ഞങ്ങൾ, കൂടെ നിൽക്കുന്നവർ ഞങ്ങൾ. സർവേ ഭവന്തു സുഖിനാ, സർവേ ഭവന്തു സുഖിനാ, സർവേ ഭവന്തു സുഖിനാ.
I humbly request Professor Dr. Vijayan CP, Pro Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Health Sciences, deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. Honorable Vice Chancellor, who is presiding over this function, Professor Mohanan Kundumal sir, Mr. C. Padmakumar, Special Officer, Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, Dr. Ethan Khelkar IAS, Secretary, Medical Education, Government of Kerala, who inaugurated this meeting, Dr. Shaji KS, our Dean Research, Dr. Manoj Kumar, our Registrar, Dr. Binoj, Dean Academic, Dr. Anju Gopan, Dr. Suresh KK, then representatives of Amala Institute of Medical Sciences, Institute of Communicative and Cognitive Neurosciences, Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, and our own professors of our own schools, representatives of various renowned institutions, RCC, Sri Chitra, IMHANS, then invited delegates, teachers, students, and my dear friends. Today we are having a combined meeting from the side of Kerala Medical Technology Consortium and Kerala University of Health Sciences in the form of Stakeholders Connect Meet. This is of the 6th one from the side of Kerala Medical Technology Consortium and first attempt from the side of Kerala University of Health Sciences. This, the very purpose of this meeting is to connect clinical research with technology and innovations. It is actually very meaningful in this era, as our health secretary mentioned in detail. We are having, Kerala University of Health Sciences is having an innovation cell, university level innovation cell, in which our Dr. Mr. Sri Padmakumar is also a member. And we are aiming to have institutional innovation cells in all the affiliated colleges of Kerala University of Health Sciences. And today we are having nearly 100 institutions having innovation cells. And they are the ones who are attending this meeting as invited delegates. I'm going to my pleasant duty of welcoming all of you. First of all, let me welcome the presiding officer of this meeting, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Mohan Kundumal, sir. He is trying his level best to improve the research status in Kerala University of Health Sciences and also in affiliated institutions. Sir, a hearty welcome to you, sir. Mr. C. Padmakumar, Special Officer for Kerala Medical Technology Consortium. Yes, he has organized 5 meetings earlier, and with the success of all those meetings in mind, he approached Kerala University of Health Sciences, and we are also very happy to join hands with him, who is a member of our University Innovation Cell. Sir, a hearty welcome to you, sir. Yes, even though our Secretary, Medical Education, he was here, he just went off from the online side. It is my courtesy to welcome him because the meeting was delayed a little. So he inaugurated on time, and a hearty welcome to him. Dr. Shaji KS is a Dean Research and convener of the Innovation Cell, Kerala University of Health Sciences. And he is leading nearly 400 PhD aspirants and 800 guides. So that is the expectation of the university. We will have plenty of research work that is going on in the university and also in affiliated institutions. With great pleasure, I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Now we are having the faculty, invited faculty who are presenting papers. Dr. Anju Goban from Medical Director Oncology. A warm welcome to you, madam. Dr. Suresh KK, Additional Professor Oncology, Government Medical College. A warm welcome to you, sir. Yes. Then we are having Dr. Suma TK. Yes, madam, a warm welcome. We are having professors from our schools, School of Fundamental Research in Ayurveda, Dr. Sudhikumar and Dr. Sriraj. Yes, all of them are here. A warm welcome to all of you. Yes. Then IMHANS directors, Krishna Kumar is there. Sir, a warm welcome to you. Dr. Geeta Govindaraj, our professor from School of Family Health Studies. A warm welcome. Then we are having representatives from Amila Institute, ICONS, then Malabar Cancer Center, MOSC Medical College. Yes, a warm welcome to all of you. Then presentations are there. Presentations on research activities related to healthcare. Center for Materials for Electronics Technology, CMET. Indian Institute of Technology, Palakkad. National Institute Technology, Calicut. School of Nanosciences and Molecular Medicine, Amrita. School of Engineering, Cochin University of Science and Technology. Center for Development of Advanced Computing. Representatives of all these institutions. A warm welcome for all of you. Then there is a panel discussion and moderated by Dr. Savishan B, Director, Malabar Cancer Center. A warm welcome to the moderator and members. Members are Dr. Abhi Santosh Sapram, Dr. Anju Goban, Dr. Suma TK, and Dr. Sanjeev Thomas. A warm welcome to all of them. Then the invited delegates, faculty, officers of the university, students, and my dear friends. A warm welcome for all of you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I'm pleased to invite Mr. C. Padmakumar, Special Officer, Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, for the opening address.
Good morning, everyone. Vice Chancellor, Professor Mohan Kundumal, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vijayan CP, Dr. Shaji, Dean Research and Convener of the Innovation Cell, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be with all of you at KUHAS, which is the overarching body looking after all the healthcare and medical institutions in the state. KUHAS obviously is a very important agency as far as we are concerned. That is the Kerala Medical Technology Consortium. But first, let me say a few words about Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, why we were set up, what we are aiming to do. And there is a presentation a little later, which will give you more information. So I am not going to repeat what is already there, all the facts in that presentation. This is just to give you an idea of where we are coming from and where we are trying to go. So the Kerala government has come up with a policy over the last 5 to 6 years with respect to economic development and very specifically industrial development. The government recognizes the fact that Kerala is really not suitable for all kinds of industries. We have some issues. One is the fact that we don't have much land. Whatever land is there is very densely populated. So we cannot afford to offer hundreds of acres of land for a large factory. Secondly, we all know that this is a very ecologically fragile state. So any further impact on the state is going to have very deleterious effects. So therefore, we need industries which have a very small, light footprint and which do not affect the environment adversely. So what does this leave us with? The government has identified 22 industrial sectors, which in my personal opinion, may be a few too many. I would have preferred the government to stick to maybe 5 or 6 sectors, but that's just my personal view. Fortunately, one of those sectors which is identified as a thrust industry is the medical device sector. So why is this important for Kerala? What is its relevance for Kerala and how does it impact KUHAS? We all know that, or we should know that as doctors, and I'm sure many of you in the audience are doctors, that we don't use many Indian-made medical devices. Almost 80% of what we use comes from abroad. Not that we cannot do it, but at the moment, that is the position. The market is dominated by mostly American companies, followed by European and Japanese companies. But there is a problem in those markets. Costs have gone through the roof. They simply cannot afford the cost of healthcare and the cost of medical devices. So they're looking for two things. They're looking for new markets. Apart from the cost of healthcare going up, actually the growth has slowed down because population growth obviously is plateaued. They don't see much scope for further growth in their own market. So they're looking at Asia Pacific, essentially China and India. China has also reached a certain level now. It's a middle income country and the growth is significantly slowing down. So the last market in the world for any company is India, the big one. Now, we have all the technology actually which we need to make most medical devices. So just to narrate one interesting point, in the original DPR, the detailed project report for KMTC, there was a proposal to set up 4 new big institutions, which fortunately we have been able to persuade the government to drop. Because in our assessment, the issue is not building new institutions. I think we have more than enough institutions in Kerala. We have plenty of very highly skilled, very experienced, very qualified researchers, doctors, engineers, in fact, the whole gamut. The one thing which is missing in this whole thing is actually industry. So I am from the medical device industry myself. My experience with government is only 1 year old. And I helped to build a company called Terumo Penpal over the last close to 40 years. So I've been in Kerala all my life. And I was under the impression we had 3 or 4 medical device companies till last year. Now we discover that there are actually more than 20 medium and large size companies in the state which are doing very well and doing global business. I got some further information just 3 days back at the Parliamentary Standing Committee meeting in Cochin that we actually have 63 licensed medical device manufacturers in Kerala. So unfortunately, I can't say I know the names of all of them, but this is good news. So if we have all of these things in place, then why is it that the medical device industry has not really flourished in Kerala? Why is it that we have only these few cases? And I believe that the main problem is the lack of an effective medical device cluster, which is how the whole industry has grown in other parts of the world, specifically in the United States, which has more than 20 big clusters. So our effort, the KMTC, our effort is actually to try and bring together the different stakeholders. So you start with the doctors in hospitals, the researchers in institutions, the faculty and students in universities, startups, industry, bring them all together. So the Stakeholder Connect meet is an effort to do that. This is the 6th such meet. So far, our experience has been that I have still not come across anybody who has said this is not a good idea. We should collaborate, is what most people say. We want to collaborate and network. Many people say we don't know how, we don't know whom to reach, which is where we come in and we try and make those connections. So we like to think of ourselves as a catalyst, a very small agent, but I think not unimportant agent in the equation. So this is basically what we are setting out to do. I will conclude by just trying to give you a sense of where we are today and where we are trying to go. Kerala actually was the leader, like in so many fields. Electronics, for example, Keltron was set up in the 70s. The Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute was set up in 1978 by the Kerala government. And by now, we should have been like Ireland. Ireland has got 11 billion euros worth of exports. The entire market in India is only about $11 billion, euros, it's roughly the same. And 80% of that is imports. So the size of our domestic industry is very small. It's less than 1.5% of the global market. So why is it that we are not like Ireland? And our thesis is that it is basically because of the lack of collaboration, because we are not exploiting the talents and the resources that we have in the state, specifically in academia and research. So if we can do that, there's no reason why we cannot become another Ireland. So in the next 10 years, what we are attempting to do is, today we estimate, I told you about a number of 20 large and medium-sized companies. The maximum number we think based on the licensed manufacturers is about 63. So let's say around 50 to 60 companies are there in Kerala today. And there are about 200 startups. And our total, the value of our production, if you add up all these companies together, is about $500 million. That is about close to 4,000 crores of rupees. Now from here, we think we should be having at least 500 medium and large size companies. We should be having 10,000 startups. We should be having $10 billion worth of business, that is value of production, from Kerala by 2032. That is what we are aiming at. And I believe that that is definitely a possibility. Today's session is focused on one aspect of the medical device industry. So just one last point before I conclude, which is the medical device industry, unlike most other industries, is a little more complex. There are many more stakeholders and many more variables at play, and many disciplines. So that's where the complexity comes from. And one part of the complexity is actually the fact that you need to do extensive testing before you can actually start using a product, before you can put it into the market. And that's why it takes time, it takes money. Clinical trials is one very big area, very significant area where India as a whole is not very well developed. I think that is the same state with Kerala. But if we are serious about our plans of becoming another Ireland, then I think we will have to get our act right. We will have to become very knowledgeable. And we have tried to put together a set of experts in the field to help share their knowledge with you. I hope this will be a very useful session. And we will be having similar such sessions in the next few months. We are planning on something to do with regulatory and quality very soon. And I think my colleagues will share some details about interesting programs coming up in the month of August in Delhi, which I think all of you should take advantage of. So I would like to conclude by thanking the VC, the Pro VC, and the Dean Research, all the faculty of KUHAS, all of you gathered here. I hope this will be a useful program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a great privilege to welcome Professor Dr. Mohanan Kundumal, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Health Sciences, for delivering the presidential address.
Good morning to you all. Sri Padmakumar, the Special Officer of Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, Dr. C.P. Vijayan, my colleague in the university, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shaji, again, Dean Research, my colleague in the university, colleagues in the university, eminent leaders, faculty, invited guests, and my dear friends. I'm extremely happy and proud to host the 6th edition of Kerala Medical Technology Consortium Stakeholders Connect Meet. And it's very relevant. We are connecting all the stakeholders, the medical professionals, the institutions, and the people who give us all the devices, and the people who research and produce such devices, and all who are concerned with this healthcare delivery system. And you heard our opening the university anthem. And in the university anthem, we say, Sarve Bhavandu Sukhina, let everybody be happy. And that is the aim of this university. That is the aim of this meeting, I hope. Dr. Sri Padma Kumar was saying that we are a huge market. India is a very huge market and a lot of devices are needed. I put it in a different way. India is a huge unmet need. Lakhs of people in India are dying because stents are not available. A cardiac stent to be put in the coronary artery is costly. It's not available and they are dying. So it's not a market, it's a need. So I put it in a different way. And who will give us our stents? There is no point in waiting for the US or Ireland to make our stents. We make our stents. If you can make INS Vikrant, stent is a child's play. If you can send PSLV up above, it's a child's play. But why we are not making it? Because half the blame is with us doctors also. We don't believe in the products made in India. And marketing, you know, marketing is not a straight way of doing it. Certain things are marketed so that you are forced to purchase. So then, what is the answer? The answer is very simple. You make quality product which can stand with the quality of rest of the world. The blood bags made by Sri Padma Kumar and team is such a product. So such products are needed, and I'm sure that we will be able to make. And for the university, this is a landmark event. I'm not telling this to make everybody happy, but this is a landmark event because university is in the second phase of its development. This is our 13th year of functioning. We started in 2010, and the last 13 years, we were focusing on dissemination of knowledge. So we are focusing on creating quality professionals. In fact, more than 1.2 lakh quality professionals have come out from this university. They are working all around the globe. It includes about 50,000 nurses. They are all over the world, 30,000 doctors. So dissemination of knowledge, and we have established a brand name, but then that is not enough. So we are changing our gears to the second phase, creation of knowledge. Creation of knowledge which is useful for our country, our state. Our problems are unique. You cannot get an answer from somebody in US. Teams like in Alleppey Medical College, Professor Suma and group found out solutions for filariasis. And now you don't have people walking with big elephantiasis. It is our own solution. And now the world is coming to us. So similarly, our problems will have to be solved by us. And Kerala has got a unique privilege or a problem in the sense we are aging very fast. 16.5% of Keralites are above 60 years. It's a large number of old people, and their problems are different. Maybe after 10-15 years, the rest of the country will follow us, but we are marching forward. So the problems of the old age needs to be addressed by research. They need assistive devices which may not be made by people abroad, and these devices may be very costly. And the skills, this skill of our laborers, our technicians, amazing. You can make copy down which are done abroad at a much cheaper cost. What India did in the fight of AIDS, we should always remember. When one day drug for fighting HIV, antiretroviral drug was costing $100 and $150. An Indian company made it for $1. And that changed the whole scenario. If thousands and millions of people are living in Africa, it is simply because of an Indian company who made antiretroviral drugs. So all these possibilities are with us. And we can collaborate. University is ready to collaborate. We are ready to create knowledge. And I hope all the industry stakeholders, they can produce such things. And I'm so happy that government is very keen to develop this area. And that's why they have entrusted a person who have proven his quality in establishing and creating a world's largest blood bag industry. So when Padma Kumar is leading, I hope we will able to achieve what the KMTC is aspiring. And I wish the program the very best. University will be with you, and we are together, because this is a part of university's gear change. The shifting from knowledge dissemination to knowledge creation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. Shaji KS, Dean Research and Convener, Innovation Cell, Kerala University of Health Sciences, to felicitate the occasion.
Greetings and best wishes from the University Innovation Cell. Indeed, we are delighted that the University Innovation Cell had its first meeting, and we have representatives, best researchers from the best research institutions in the country. To name a few: Indian Institute of Science, IIT Chennai and Palakkad, NIT Calicut, Sri Chitra, KUSAT, CMAT, MCC, and definitely Dr. Padma Kumar. And we had a very fruitful first meeting. We hope to train in institutional innovation cells in a month's time, and then act together and try to make some synergy out of this. Obviously, the focus will be on networking, which was eloquently brought out by earlier speakers. And this is something which we lack. We need to have a spirit of working together, collaborating than competing. And that will be the focus for the next 6 months. We definitely look forward to a lot of interaction and follow-up action. And I think implementation science and various other aspects of getting things done will also be looked into. Let me request everyone to resolve that we shall test whatever is being produced as a product or a service for its effectiveness, usefulness, and acceptability. Let me also take this opportunity. I think Binod had entrusted me with this, that there will not be any formal vote of thanks. Let me thank the Secretary, Medical Education, Dr. Ratan, who had inaugurated and gave us a very important message. The Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor, Sri Padma Kumar, and everybody who is here to interact with us and network between all of you. Special thanks due to the registrar and Binod, who over the last 2 weeks had been working hard along with KMTC to organize this. Thank you, everyone. Best wishes.
Thank you, sir. With this, we came to the end of the inaugural session. I request all the audience to continue to be seated here for the academic sessions coming right now.
Kerala Medical Technology Consortium is a flagship endeavor of the Government of Kerala, initiated in June 2022 to establish Kerala as the top medical devices and medical technology hub of India in the next decade. One of the key strategies identified early on to achieving this ambitious goal is to bring together the the existing ecosystem of industry, researchers, academia, startups, hospitals, regulators, policymakers, suppliers, distributors, and government agencies to meaningfully interact and exchange ideas and information, and to catalyze close clusters of partnerships and collaborations. The Stakeholder Connect Meet is a monthly ecosystem building platform that is designed to bring all stakeholders in the Kerala medtech ecosystem together and is especially focused on connecting academia and research with industry. The Kerala Medical Technology Consortium Stakeholder Connect Meet is a great opportunity for stakeholders to keep themselves updated on the latest developments in the ecosystem, find strategic partners, and explore growth opportunities. We invite Team KMTC for a brief session on Kerala medtech ecosystem, its objectives, activities, and updates.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the 2-minute delay. We're just copying the presentations onto this laptop. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Sorry for that short delay, and I hope that all of you are eager to get into today's presentations. So we are slightly running behind schedule, so I will be taking things a little faster. So the aim of this session is to help you understand what Kerala Medical Technology Consortium is here to do, and how you probably can work together with us or pursue some goals which may be in alignment with ours. When we talk about the initiation of Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, it's not a program that came out of wishful thinking. It came from a detailed project report that was developed after speaking to over 150 experts all over the world in the medtech ecosystem, right from investors to researchers to practitioners. And it's on the basis of that well-structured, strategically sound program was developed and a detailed project report was developed for it. From there, the government then initiated this program in June 2022, and we have been at work for about 11 months now. It's going to be 12 months very soon. And in this 1 year, we've been doing a few activities that we would be taking you through in the next few slides. So to talk about the vision and mission, unless we understand the vision and mission of KMTC, we don't know where we are going. So the vision of KMTC is to establish Kerala as a top medical devices hub in the country by the year 2032. And by doing so, we also believe that we will have aspired to be in the top 20 global clusters all over the world. The mission to achieve this vision is to catalyze and accelerate research, development, innovation, and manufacturing in medical devices. And this happens by bringing the various stakeholders together, or like all of you can look around and look at the various stakeholders in this room. The kind of stakeholders involved are research institutions, academic institutions, startups, industry, regulators, policymakers, and hospitals and healthcare providers, of course. So that's the mission. So moving on to the ecosystem. So medical technology is one of those industries that exists on a cluster innovation ecosystem format or model. And so it's when the interactions between these various stakeholders produce value is when innovation occurs in this cluster. So in Kerala, when we look at our extensive ecosystem, we have a few research institutions which have been around for long, well established and doing some good work, like Sri Chitra Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology, RGCB, CDAC, the Institute of Advanced Virology, which was set up recently. And apart from that, we have some very good universities producing some top talent, which we export all over the world. And part of that is also creating talent in the healthcare space, which I believe Kerala University of Health Sciences is also deeply involved in. Apart from that, we have a few industries, almost more than 20 mid to large sized companies operating out of Kerala doing global business. Apart from that, the ecosystem for startups in our state is very well known. Recently, we've been awarded and recognized on the global stage as well for it. And so all of this works together to kind of build an interactive ecosystem, which upon its different stakeholders, as they connect to each other, collaborate, they produce value, and that value becomes products or solutions for the market. So overall, in this ecosystem, what we're looking at is technology. Definitely, there is a rapid change in technology, and there is a need for us to adopt to it. We have to skill the relevant talent that we need. We already have good talent, but wherever there are gaps, we need to skill them even more and build this ecosystem up. So KMTC at the moment is a program initiated by the government, and this on the screen, what you see is the governing structure of this program. What you can notice here is that medical technology is not a small or isolated industry. It requires cross-cutting collaboration between departments and different functionaries. So that is why we have all the representatives from industry, health, medical education, startups as well represented on this governing council, so that coordination and strategizing is much better and easier. Next, we want to talk about the partnerships and collaborations that we've come to, come into in the past 11 months. So one way that KMTC aims to achieve its goals is to partner and collaborate with the various stakeholders. And this is to help them align with the single-minded goal of making Kerala the medical devices hub. A lot of stakeholders are doing bits and pieces and fragments of activities in this area all over Kerala. So our aim is to bring them into partnership and collaboration with us and drive and support whatever they're doing to another level. So as you can see, there are some institutions like NIT Calicut, SCT, IMST, and such that we have entered into collaboration with. There are also industry partners that we are working closely with, but we may not have an MOU with them to mention them here. Next, I want to talk to you about the Stakeholder Connect Meet. So this is a unique format of an event that we deemed was necessary after some feedback that we received that people were working in silos and did not know what the other was doing. And so we started conducting Stakeholder Connect Meets way back in September last year. And we've so far conducted 5. This would be the 6th one. So just wanted to take you through some of the feedback and some of the ratings that we've received for this event. So mostly when we have done this event early on last year, what we've seen is that people really like the format of the event. People like that they get to meet new people from other stakeholder groups. And they also like the quality to some extent of the event and the speakers. Some of the feedback we received was the program was too short, or that the speakers needed to be more focused on certain areas. Some queries were coming in which were not being able to be solved. So since then, what we decided was to have stakeholder connect meets on very focused themes. And that is why the theme here today also is based on a crucial topic called clinical trials. Now, a more recently organized stakeholder connect meet at NIT Calicut, we can see that slightly the feedback has improved because again, the topic was very focused. We were talking about translational research. And some of the qualitative feedback that we received now is that participants find that one-on-one sessions are necessary. There are specific help or issues that they need help with, and they need help with connecting and partnering with certain institutions or other stakeholders. So that is also something that we have incorporated into our own ethos, and we will also be trying to look at any kind of collaborations that can happen, by cross-connecting stakeholders that we see here. To take you through the rest of the presentation, I'd request the General Manager Marketing of KMTC, Rajesh, to take the presentation forward.
Morning, everyone, and thank you, Rohit, for setting the tone. So, like all programs, we are measured very strictly. We have monthly meetings with the coordination committee where we are asked about our progress. So my next few slides are very specific and to let you know what exactly have we done over the last 9 months that we have been in operation, 10 months in fact. But before that, I thought it's always better to take a look at the kind of market that we are looking at in terms of medical devices, both on the global and the Indian scenario. Padma Kumar sir dwelt on it in his initial keynote address about the kind of market that we are looking at. The global medical devices market is close to $530 billion US. These are estimates as of 2022. IVD is the largest medical device area, followed closely by cardiology and neurology. And he also dwelled on the fact that these markets, these industries, which are predominantly in the US, European Union, and Japan, are now facing a kind of a situation. They've got high costs of healthcare and manufacturing there. So they are looking at other areas for setting up their operations. Low growth in these markets is also a fact, and which is why they are looking at other countries and the ultimate frontier, India, to look at manufacturing and research. If you look at the Indian market, it's just 1.5% of the total global market that I showed you in the previous slide. But while we say that we are very small, it is also the kind of opportunity which the Vice Chancellor dwelt upon in his speech. The kind of opportunity that we have here for developing these in-house and selling it to the rest of the globe and also to the markets here in India. And it's estimated to grow to around 50 billion by 2027. It's very difficult to move forward without a strategy when you are looking at setting up this ecosystem and trying to drive possible investment into the state. So we actually have been thinking about a few sectors: cardiology and cardiovascular, blood transfusion, diagnostics, dental implants, and assistive technologies as core areas where we would like to focus, because it's medical devices is a C, and you have to actually pick and choose if you have to concentrate and be successful. And we still feel that even these are too much, and we would be actually looking at focusing and picking up one of these and moving forward. And we have also looked at a few focus countries where we can learn from and also possibly look at investments from there. Japan, Israel, Ireland, Taiwan, and South Korea are the countries that we are trying to look at. And obviously, we are trying to bring in a focus and pride in a branding called Made in Kerala. So this is something that we have tried to do. Padma Kumar sir mentioned about 20 plus companies who are already doing global scale business. I'll show you a slide which has names of these companies, and some of them are present here. And I think it's time that we took pride in the fact that we make some of the best global devices in the state, and we stand by it. So while we also talk about the strategy and the kind of measures that we are looked upon, it's also very beneficial that we take a look at what have we done in the last 10 months. So I've just broadly categorized them into 3: marketing, building the ecosystem, and research and development. I'm not going to read out the entire list, but I'll pick and choose one or two of those critical factors that we have looked at in each of these areas. For marketing, actually, while we set up all the basics, marketing and promotional material that we had to have in hand to start going out and telling people about the ecosystem here, we actually went and participated in 2 events. So one is the Medica, which is the ultimate medical devices trade fair in the world, which is held at Düsseldorf in Germany. That was in November 2022. That's the first time the government of Kerala was there. We went and met a whole gamut of people, states being successful in business, trade organizations, country pavilions. We forged alliances, and some of them have actually come over. We did something better in January 2023 when we went and put up a booth in the Arab Health, which is actually a similar conference here in the Middle East, which is actually a smaller version of the Medica, but still very, very useful. We had around 10 startups also into a pavilion, a huge pavilion of 60 square meter close to. And it garnered a lot of prospects, which we are trying to push through for investments. Now, building the medtech ecosystem is another thing that we had to do. So one of the first things that we did was set the house in order. So we did not have a team. So the KMTC team that you see here is just the five of us, including Padma Kumar. So we are a very small team, but we still had to put in that team together, have an office, start operations. We have done all that. And we have actually tried to be that nodal agency where people can come down and talk to for anything related to medtech. So we think that we are doing something good to be that nodal agency, and we hope to be that nodal agency in the very near future. And we also did 5 stakeholder connect meets, and we have tried to bring in a host of organizations together to push this through. Critical among them, which I would like to mention, one was this close affiliation with the Rubber Board, MG University, and the Kerala Rubber Limited, where we are trying to bring out 3 medical devices. We're trying to design and develop 3 medical devices over the course of the next year. In research and development, I would just highlight one. So this was actually an offshoot of the visit to Medica that we made in November 2022. That is the visit from Fraunhofer. Now, Fraunhofer, as all of you might know, is one of the premier research institutes in Germany for applied research. They have made Germany what it is today. So they don't take up any research if it does not commercialize a product. So we had the director of Fraunhofer Potsdam near to Berlin here in March. He was here for 10 days. He went across the length and breadth of the country. We took him to a lot of research institutions. We even did a translational research workshop, which many of the people here attended, along with Sri Chitra and the Higher Education Council. And the net result has been, we are looking at 3 MOUs with, which involves Sri Chitra and industry from Kerala, and also the Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology. And we've also had a couple of them coming in last week. So this is something that we got as a offshoot of the Medica. We have also established contact with the Hsinchu Science Park, which is a large biolife science and doing successfully in Taiwan, one of the best in this part of the world. And also with the Thuringia state in Germany, which is a lot of these medtech clusters. So I am personally judged on the amount of investments that are brought into this state, because ultimately that is the focus of the government. So I've just, this is something that as a salesman we follow. It's called the sales funnel. So all that comes in has to precipitate and come out as one. So happy to tell you that we actually have got a investor in the last 9 months. He has already bought land in the Bio 360 Park in Thonakel in Trivandrum. Is setting up operations over the next 2 months, breaking ground, close to 30 crores. We have around 3 big investors in the pipeline. Hopefully over the next 4 months, we will see something coming out of these 3. We are working very closely with a multinational company to set up shop here for their global R&D, shared services, and digital space into Kerala. They have been here. Their top teams were here, met with the chief secretary. They were scheduled to meet the chief minister, but could not. We also have a large hospital setting up their medical devices, trying to set up their medical devices unit. They have given the letter of intent to Bio 360. And we also have another organization looking at purchasing a land for manufacturing of disposables. So it looks well, but it's a lot of hard work. So you see a lot of 172 suspects is big, but what comes out is 1 or 2. So it's tough work and tough measures. So one of the last slides, while we talked about what has happened till now, I would also like to tell you about what are the key priorities for us over the next 1 year. So starting this financial year. So the Bio 360, that is the medical devices park, which the life sciences park in Trivandrum, which encompasses also a medical devices park, is now up and running for its first phase. So one of our targets is to ensure that the space is fully utilized and taken up. And that's something we are trying to do. And personally, we have fixed internally a target of around 125 crores worth of investments to be bought into Kerala over the next 10 months. So all the funnel that you saw there probably will have to yield to that. And while we claim to know that we know a bit about the Kerala medtech ecosystem and about the companies, the research institutions, academia, hospitals in the state, internally, we believe we are only 60% of what we should know. So one of the things that we are trying to do is try and map the entire ecosystem. So today morning, while we were driving onto the Kuhas campus, we were updated about another company setting up shop in Palakkad and starting commercial production over the next 2 months, which is around 180 crore investment, and they are a Japanese JV. So these are things which we need to map and bring it in. Obviously, establish the Kerala brand, feel proud about the Kerala brand, more importantly. And one of the other things Rohit talked about the 10-year long-term strategy. That's far off, but we need to strategize now and plan for it. We are doing that. And to make our functions a bit smooth, we also are trying to request the government to make this a Section 8 company so that our functions are smooth and flowing very clearly. And we also ultimately also need to build a KMTC team which can take this forward for the next 5 years. So my boss, Mr. Padma Kumar, says that in 10 years' time, there should not be any KMTC around and the ecosystem should take care of it on its own, which is actually the ideal scenario. But until then, we would need a team and hopefully we are all part of that. So just to also mention, these are some of the key events that we would be taking part over the next. This is not an exhaustive list, but this is a kind of list that we have in our plans. One has already completed the Kerala BioLife Sciences, that is the serial number 5. We just got it over last week. It's a good one, which saw a lot of life science companies and medtech companies participating in Trivandrum, and the rest would follow. We are preparing already on that. And we will continue with these stakeholder connect meets. This is kind of my last slide. I have just one more picturesque one. So this is to ultimately answer the question that we Malayalis, we are very opinionated in our social life. So we ask ourselves whenever we hear something, Idu alladhu nadakku. So this slide is just put down there to tell you that this has actually happened in Kerala, but it did not happen after KMTC was done. So one of the people who did it is here, Mr. Padma Kumar. So this company called Penpal was actually formed and founded by his elder brother, Mr. Balagopal, along with him. So both of them set up this company in 1983. Why I wanted to mention this here was, you see, we talk about clusters and close coordination between the government, the research institutions, the academia, and everyone. So way back in 1983, this is before the liberalization happened, we had TTK, which is a private sector entity, doing the marketing for this company based out of Trivandrum. Technology coming in from the Sri Chitra Institute of Medical Sciences. They actually developed the blood bag technology. Dr. Valithan then gave it to Mr. Balagopal to take it further. We had the NRDC licensing that project, and KSIDC, a key input from the government, financing it. So we had everybody talking to each other and doing it. So we will have to ask ourselves where we missed the bus. Today, this facility is actually the world's largest facility for blood bags. So we have similar facilities in Cochin. Representatives are here who make medical devices for some of the largest medical companies in the world. We don't know about them. We don't talk about them. So suppose, so this is something that we need to keep in mind as we go forward and be very proud about making in Kerala. And we spoke about 20-odd companies who are doing business here. These are just the logos of some of these companies. Get to know them, Google them once in a while and see what they're doing and stay connected with the medtech community. It's been a pleasure interacting with all of you. We look forward to more networking through the day and hopefully having a lot of interactive sessions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Rohit sir and Regis sir, for sharing your valuable insights.
Now we'll continue with the academic sessions. I invite Mr. Roshan Stanley, Manager, Clinical Data Analytics, GenPro Research, for taking a session on Introduction to Clinical Trials and Guidelines, a CRO perspective.
Yeah, so hi everyone. So welcome to the presentation for Introduction to Clinical Trials, a CRO perspective. So myself, Roshan, working as the manager of Clinical Data Analytics at GenPro Research. And I have around 6 years of experience in statistical programming and data analytics. So what is a clinical trial? So according to World Health Organization, a clinical trial is any research study that prospectively assigns human participants or group of humans to one or more health-related intervention to evaluate the effect of health outcome. So it can be the effectiveness and safety of a intervention to treat a disease. So it can be a drug or a medical device. So I'll be more focusing regarding how a new drug is going through the clinical trials rather than focusing on medical device specifically. So in clinical trials, we can define the dose administration, like whether the drug works when if we give like once daily or twice daily, like that. Testing the drug formulation, exploring combination therapies, like we are testing a study drug and we already have a drug available in the market. So if we give this study drug in combination with the existing drug, whether it will work better to cure the disease, and evaluating the effect of therapies on quality of life. So there are different types of clinical trials. So the first one is treatment. So this treatment is used to test new approaches to treat a disease. And we have prevention. So it will be focusing on what approaches can prevent a disease. So I think at this stage, we have many oncology studies that is related to cancer that is happening. So they'll hire patients with higher risk of cancer, those who don't have actually cancer, and giving study drug and seeing if the patient is actually getting cancer or not. And we have early detection and screening. So in that clinical trials, we will be checking what are the different ways to find a hidden disease. So inside that, we have two categories. One is diagnostic and quality of life. So in diagnostic, we'll be seeing how a new test or procedure can identify a disease. And in quality of life, we can see, we'll explore ways to improve comfort and quality of life for individuals with a chronic illness. Moving on to the therapeutic area. So each of these clinical trials will be focusing on specific therapeutic areas. So we have, I have just noted down some important therapeutic areas like circulatory system, digestive system, etc. If the study is focusing on treating cancer, then it will be like a therapeutic area for oncology. So like that, we have many therapeutic areas here. I'm not going through all of them in very detail. Yeah, moving on to the flowchart of drug discovery and development oversight. So there are 4 stages. First one is the discovery. Then we have development, FDA review, and patient access. So in the discovery stage, the researchers and academic researchers will find an innovative way to treat a disease. So at this stage, the researchers find an active ingredient that can be used to cure the disease. And once the discovery stage is successful, we'll move to the development stage, and it will take around 10 to 12 years. So there are 2 categories in development stage. One is preclinical and the next one is clinical. So at the preclinical stage, the drug will be given to animals and see if the drug is safe and can be suitable to test in humans. So if we found that the preclinical stage is successful, we'll move to the clinical stage, and it contains 3 phases of studies: phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So phase 1 will be more like comparatively lesser number of subjects compared to phase 3. And in all these 3 phases, we'll be checking if the drug is safe and effective as a potential treatment for the disease. So I'll be going through the difference in all these phases in detail in the later slide. But once the phase 3 trial is also successful, we'll submit it to the FDA. So FDA stands for Food and Drug Administration. So the FDA will review all the analyses, the data, and if they found that the drug is safe and effective for intended use, the FDA will approve the drug, and it will be available to the market. So once the drug is approved by the FDA, then they will share information with patient group and doctors who prescribe the treatment for patients. So during that time, we'll conduct another study, which is phase 4 study. also known as post-marketing surveillance. At that time, there will be thousands of participants from different regions. So post-marketing surveillance is used to check the safety, long-term safety and efficacy of the study drug. Moving on to the different phases of drug development, as I mentioned, there are 4 phases: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. So in phase 1, we have limited number of subjects, like only 15 to 30 in general, and it will be the first in human study. It will be generally used to find out the metabolism and pharmacological action of drug, and also to say that if the drug has no side effect, it is safe to administer in humans. So once it is found that it is safe, then we'll move to the phase 2 study, and it will have comparatively more number of subjects, around 100 to 300. And in phase 2, we'll be checking the efficacy as well as safety. So efficacy means we'll be seeing if the drug is effective for its intended use. And it's also used to identify the common short-term side effects and risk. So once the phase 2 trial is also successful, we'll move to the phase 3. So in phase 3, we'll have 100 to 1,000 participants, basically from different regions. And at this phase, we'll be comparing the new treatment with the existing standard treatment, if there are any. And in this phase, we'll be checking the safety and efficacy as well. But we have a more number of subjects, so we have more data. We can do more analysis and all. So once the phase 3 trial is also successful, the FDA will approve the drug if it's effective. And after that, once it is available for the patient, we will move to the phase 4. So it's a post-marketing study. It is used to test the long-term safety and efficacy. So who are the players? We have human subject volunteers who are taking the study drug. And we have physician investigators and staff who will be giving this drug to the volunteers and collecting the data and all. Then we have manufacturing companies and Office for Human Research and Protection, which is used to protect the right, well-being and safety of human patients in clinical trial. And we have FDA, that is Food and Drug Administration, which is used to approve the drug, review the data and everything. So moving on to the research protocol. So prior to conducting a study, we have to write a detailed protocol on how we are planning to conduct the study. So the different sections involved in the protocol are objectives. So which we say, what are we trying to get from this study, and background and rationale, subject selection criteria, which means that, if a specific study is conducted for cancer patient, then we'll include only subjects having cancer. And we might also have some criteria like subject should be greater than 18 years of age, like that. Then the treatment plan, like how the treatment is given, whether it is given once daily or twice daily. Study procedures, what are we planning to collect on this study, like the vital signs like height, weight, systolic blood pressure, etc. And the lab values like AST, ALT, bilirubin, all those values will be defined here. So what all will be there will be covered in the study procedures. And we have response evaluation criteria. So we'll be seeing how the response is evaluated, whether the drug is effective or not. And finally, we have statistical section defining the sample size for the study, the power of the test that we are performing to identify whether the study meets its objective and all. So this is a sample description for protocol. For example, a phase 1 double-blind placebo-controlled dose escalation study of the safety and pharmacokinetics of drug in subject with type 2 diabetes mellitus. So from this thing, it is clear that we are treating subject with type 2 diabetes mellitus, and it's a phase 1 study. So it's a first in human. So double-blind means that both the patient as well as the investigator don't know whether they're actually taking the actual study drug or placebo. So placebo is not actually a drug, but it looks similar to the drug, but there are no biological effects. So this blinding is done to avoid any bias. Like if the patient is conscious that they are taking the placebo, there won't be any effects. So like that, to avoid bias, this blinding is done. So this is the sample description of a protocol. And moving on to some of the important concepts in clinical trials. So the first one is informed consent. So in the informed consent, the key facts about a trial will be given in the informed consent. So it includes the research study purpose, the risk and benefits for the subject, and the alternative treatments available, confidentiality of records. So we should not disclose any data about the patients, medical treatments available if any injury occurs, and whom to contact to answer for any questions. And it's also mentioned that the statement of the participation should be voluntary. Subject data collection. So data is collected basically using case report form. So inside the case report form, all the data collected are mentioned there. Like when the subject is coming to the clinical trial for the first time, they'll be collecting the height, weight, age, gender, race, etc. And as I mentioned, all the different values like laboratory values, vital signs, all will be collected. And much of the clinical data is taken from the subject medical record. So there is something called a medical history. When the subject is coming to the clinical trial, they'll check the history of the subject, if the subject have any disease and all. So mostly those data so it can be like any fever or any untoward occurrence occurring for the subject during the study. So events that result in any of the following, like death or life-threatening, hospitalization, any significant disability, etc. So those are defined as serious adverse event. So any adverse event that are serious, unexpected, and related or possibly related to the drug must be reported to the sponsor, FDA, and the institution review board in a timely manner. Moving on to the clinical trial end product. So once the clinical trial is over, the sponsor should submit the application through an RNEC portal within 90 days from the last subject participation in the clinical trial. So that's an overview regarding clinical trial, and moving on to the good clinical practice on a historical perspective. So what are the rules that we need to follow while conducting a clinical trial? So why do we need a good clinical practice? So it is to get a credible and accurate data, risk reduction, improve the trial methods, harmonized ethical practices, and safeguard and protect research subjects and excellent research and good science. So these are a few incidents that's happened in the past that developed the good clinical practices. So in 1950, so there was an experiment conducted on number of prisoners. So these prisoners were forced to participate in the trial and there were no consent given. But most of the experiments resulted in death, trauma, and disfigurement. So after this incident, it is came to know that the subject should voluntarily participate to the clinical trial, and informed consent came into picture. And we have something called a thalidomide tragedy. So this thalidomide is a drug that is given for cancer. And it is noted that the overdose merely caused prolonged sleep, but not death. And since the drug is the symptoms of morning sickness, so it's become a popular choice to prescribe for the pregnant women. But it is noted that in the babies born, they have severe physical disabilities. So after this incident, it led to tougher testing and drug licensing rules. And we have T. Genero disaster. It is this study is conducted in 6 human volunteers. So, and the drug was used to treat the leukemia. And all the 6 men faced life-threatening condition involving multiple organ failure. So this incident was an alarming call for the researchers and trial approving authorities on toxicity-related unpredictability of new drugs in human subjects. So based on all these incidents, there are numerous laws came into picture for conducting the clinical trials. So I have noted few of them here. The Nuremberg Code, Declaration of Helsinki, Belmont Report, International Conference on Harmonization, International Standard Organization, and Code for Federal Regulation. So after the Nuremberg incident, few of the key pointers where voluntary participation is required, informed consent is required from all the volunteers, and minimization of risk. Declaration of Helsinki, the well-being of subject take precedence, and we have to respect for human patients, protection of subjects' health and rights, and special protection for vulnerable population. And same applies to Belmont Report ethical as well. So the International Conference on Harmonization, so they have developed a good clinical practice and it is followed by the FDA. So in 1997, FDA endorsed the GCP guidelines developed by ICH. And the ICH guidelines have been adopted into law by several countries, but used as a guidance for the FDA in the form of good clinical practice. So these are the 13 basic principles that we need to follow while conducting a clinical trial. So the 13 principles of good clinical practice are: the clinical trial should be conducted in accordance with Declaration of Helsinki and other requirements as per the regulatory. And before the trial is conducted, we have to identify the risk and the benefit. And the trial should be initiated only if the anticipated benefit justify the risk. And we have to make sure that the right safety and well-being of the trial participant takes precedence. And we have to make sure that the available non-clinical and clinical information on investigational products should be adequate to support the proposed clinical trial. And we have to write the protocol prior to starting the study, and it should be scientifically sound, and we should describe in a clear manner. We should get the protocol approved by the institutional review board or independent ethics committee, and the study should be conducted in accordance with the protocol. And the investigator is responsible for the subject's well-being, safety, and we have to make sure that each individual involved in the clinical trials, they are qualified by education, training, and experience to perform his duties and responsibilities. And the confidentiality of records is very important. We should not disclose the subject's data, and the good manufacturing practice should be followed while manufacturing, handling, and storing the investigational product. And the systems and procedures that assure the quality of every aspect of the trial should be implemented. So that's it regarding the good clinical practice. And moving to CRO, the definition of a CRO is a contract research organization. So a person or an organization contracted by the sponsor to perform one or more sponsors trial-related duties and functions. And guidelines regarding CROs are a sponsor can transfer or any of the trial-related duties to the CRO, but the ultimate responsibility of the quality of the trial remains with the sponsor. And we have to document all these things in the writings while submitting the study to FDA. And we have to make sure that all references to a sponsor in this guideline also apply to CRO to that extent that a CRO has assumed in the trial-related duties and functions of a sponsor. So I have included a few references here for the ICH GCP guidelines. So you can also refer that. Yeah, any questions? Yes. For medical device also, yeah.
Diagnostic test for cancers.
Yeah.
The product is ready to launch within a year, but I don't know what are the requirements for the launch in India. So what are the agencies to be contacted and what are the requirements? So this is mostly RT-PCR based diagnostic test from blood sample for various cancers.
So I think I have included this slide based on a general perspective of clinical trials. And when it comes to medical device, I think we have to follow the same principles like the GCP and all.
Now, I believe the requirements for diagnostic is much easier than for drugs. So what we are describing is all drug development.
Yes.
So I'm looking for what are the requirements for a medical device, especially this should be very simple RT-PCR based test.
Yes.
So it should not be that cumbersome as a therapeutic.
Yes. So I think we have to follow all the phases of the trial as we do for the drug.
No, my question is, can you share some contact information? Who is the agencies to contact? And or the agency who can help us with that. So we have the product ready to launch within a short time.
Okay. Yeah, I understood the question, but I have to research and check. So I would appreciate if you can mail the question to roshan.stanley@genpro research, and I will definitely get back to you as soon as possible because we are mostly working with the US FDA with the study drug. And if anyone from the audience can answer that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Which one?
Thank you, Mr. Roshan Stanley, for sharing your valuable insights on the topic. As a token of gratitude, we would like to present a memento. For this, let me welcome Dr. A.J. Manoj Kumar, Registrar, Kerala University of Health Sciences.
We will now split for a 10 minutes refreshment break. The tea and snacks will be served in the auditorium, which is located parallel to the Senate Hall. We'll resume after 15 minutes. Sorry, 10 minutes.
Hello, test. Hello. 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 Hello, testing. Hello. 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 Level 3 Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, 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 check.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, check.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, check.
Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, check.
ബാറ്ററി വർക്ക് ചെയ്യണില്ല എന്ന സാഹചര്യം കണ്ടാൽ അപ്പൊ ബാറ്ററി മാറ്റിക്കോ. ഉണ്ട് ബാറ്ററി ഉണ്ട് ചാർജ് ചെയ്യാൻ.
Hello, hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. We will resume with the academic sessions. Request the participants to be seated inside the hall. I request all the audience to be seated inside the hall. I gently remind the speakers to conclude their presentation within the allotted time. The session chair will track time and alert the presenter in half time. We request the presenter to end the presentation once notified with the long bell. I gently remind the speakers to conclude their presentations within the allotted time. The session chair will track time and alert the presenter in half time. We request the presenter to end the presentation once notified with the long bell.
Medical Director, Oncology IQVIA, for taking a session on clinical trials and medical devices development. Dr. Anshu Goban, currently the Medical Director and Therapeutic Medical Advisor of IQVIA Oncology and Hematology. She is having 17 years of experience in oncology and has worked in clinical research academia and CROs as Medical Director in oncology.
Thank you for the introduction. Thanks for the invite and happy to be here in the august presence of seniors and colleagues, some of them whom I met after RCC now, and youngsters also who are interested in it. And today my topic is clinical research device trials and medical devices development. If you have any questions, I think you can note the slides also and let me know. I want to ask questions. So the contents will be accordingly. I'm just skipping through to save time. Yeah. So the medical device and diagnostics, what is that? It's a product aiming to diagnose, prevent, monitor, treat a disease, disability or injury, and it is under 3. So I'll go with a brief description of what is medical device, my main concentration is oncology and hemato-oncology clinical trials. I'm an expert in that. And also we have medical devices, which I have also supported. And part of the regulatory and ethics on a whole, I'll just cover. And so further an introduction, like, what it is, how it is going about the regulatory parts, I'll go accordingly and with a case description. You can just understand. Even if I talk only through a case, you'll understand how it is being done. So it comes under three mainly. It's interventional devices like implants, treating devices such as ablation in oncology and cardiology, combination devices like in oncology, we have a lot of chemotherapeutic and drug-eluting stents for hepatocellular carcinomas, ovarian cancer, so many things. It's a big evolution. That is something which all these evolutions are the platform for me to shift from a physician, from an oncology expert to from RCC, where I was a sub-I also, sub-investigator, study coordinator, and also working as physician head and neck cancer unit, and also cancer epidemiology. I was lucky enough to be exposed to many things which maybe just a clinician wouldn't have been exposed, and I got attracted to it. And then I shifted to the clinical research organization where I wanted to work from Trivandrum, but on a global arena. And that was to know the latest happening in the world and how we can bring out it to India. And I work in the APAC, most of the countries for the global clinical trials, larger ones, smaller ones, catering to APAC and also global studies and to India also. So I hope my experience will share what I share will be helpful for others. And the second one, we can say technology-enabled devices like software as medical device. I'll briefly touch it on as SAMD and the digital therapeutics, internal modulation simulation device from neuro and cardio, continuous measurements like, we have this hypertensions or hypertensive patients, we have devices which continuous monitoring, Holter machines we know, and also for the diabetic patients and imaging. And in vitro IVD is the largest one. And everybody's happy to be in smaller to bigger ones like IVD. Recently also, like many people, like RT-PCR for the COVID, that comes under IVD. Test equipments, diagnostic assays such as screen, diagnose, determine to stage of disease, and diagnostic to monitor the levels of medical products, self-testing products such as glucose, NGS, and genetic testing, which is widely been developed in oncology. So how do we initiate a medical device trial? So what are the questions? Like for any research, we have to ask questions to start a point. Similar way, what is the intended use of your device? You have a device, in your mind, you wanted to develop a device. So you have to see what is the intended use of your device. How does your device function? What claims do you intend to make? And clearly state the general purpose of its function. Then with that, you have to go into see where, how you can go into the regulatory, how we can submit, how we can start. So from there, the disease or condition, the product with diagnosis, cure, mitigate, treat, or prevent, all these things you have to see. What am I going to address with this device? And also the intended patient population. So you're going to the patients. I know mostly the device is not on normal humans like we do in the other clinical trials, it's on patients. You can't just attach something to normal patients. An arthroscope is done and the process is, you can't do it to a normal person. And for this, to check classification of device, from that, what you have to check what this device, which classification do you go to? Then starts a regulatory pattern of how you have to submit. So protocol classification database for each regulatory. If you are going to submit in Europe, US, in India, you have a regulatory area where you can go and check under which classification your device is. And from there, you start the regulatory process of submissions, registrations, etc. And also, for this, if you can get real world data, you have a machine, small machine, but somebody else in US and Europe has developed that. And the real world evidence, that is what, even for clinical trials, in FDA also supports, for any clinical trial in oncology or anything, if you have real world evidence of similar molecule or similar treatment being done world over, get that for an added safety and efficacy. So same way for the device also, you can look at whether, any part of the country or outside in Asia Pacific or in Europe or US, similar device is being developed. you can look at the data which has come out, the safety efficacy, you can reinforce with that if it's similar to your device. So, and in additional, when one more thing we have at present, an additional risk mitigation plan should be there. So whenever you develop a clinical trial or a device, you should have a risk mitigation plan. Usually for us, like, you know, when if one of the client or the sponsor, one of the major device industry or drug developer comes to us, we initially put a mitigation plan looking at, we don't take it directly. We have many departments who look into the protocol synopsis, whether it's feasible. From my side, I'll be looking whether it's feasible, if the safety, all the preclinical data, everything will be evaluated. Only after everything, we accept that synopsis for our evaluations. So same way, and once it is there, we initially put in a risk mitigation strategy during the study. At present, we need it upfront. Like, we had the COVID situations and etc. So these are a must during this regulatory at present, because when the COVID came, we all were taken aback. There were patients who were having treatment in clinical trials, and that has to be transported from other countries, tests to be done in a central lab, the chemotherapy to be done, but they are in suburbs, in rural areas, they used to transport, they can't come. So all those things, COVID, similar to the COVID risk mitigation, it's a must for the risk mitigation, which you have to update. If something happens, how you are planning to do it. That should be there in the protocol, or when you register, you have to say how it is. So that's a additional thing which you need. So medical devices are diverse, from a simple, tongue depressor to, like, stent and all those things, which is very complicated. So this is the clinical. I just put both clinical trial and medical device trials have different categories of phases of study. So it's already only 5 minutes more. Huh? Halfway, yeah. I haven't reached anywhere, so I'll go fast. So device studies, we have pilot, pivotal, and post-approval. And drug studies, clinical trials, we have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, where the clinical trial now has expanded into phase 1 is one of the major studies where we have 1A, 1B. Sometimes phase 2 is not there. You can go direct to phase 3 if you have a lot of, very robust preclinical and clinical data. And complicated oncology studies, most of them are now complicated, but it's very challenging. Adaptive trials, umbrella, basket, a lot of what you see, like in all types of trials are there. And the clinical trials, it's 3 different types of studies which I've explained. I'm not going to go into details. Pilot studies like exploratory feasibility, like, the initial studies to understand effectiveness of the device. Pivotal studies of main study, where you have more number of patients. And the pilot study will have very less, not like the other clinical trials where you have at least, 50 to 60 or 100. This will be very small than the normal clinical trials. Pivotal study, usually in the phase 2 and phase 3 for the clinical trials, we have in thousands or hundreds. Here it will be more, like, it's more than the 50, say 100, but 100, 200 might be there. And post-marketing studies. Most of the devices, it's better to have a post-marketing study, because only then you will understand when multiple patients start using it, you will understand the issues more. And here the regulations in Europe and US, and then I'll go into India. So for the clinical trials, like regulatory evaluations device and distinct from that of drugs. And it's designed and executed in a different way than the normal clinical trials. So requirement for a clinical trial, it's a medical device, may not be in all the class of medical device, you may not require clinical trials. So depending on the risk stratification of the device and the type of medical device, the clinical trials are required. Like, in the US, class 3 is a must for clinical trial. Class 2, some of the class 2, they will assign to do the clinical trials. But in EU, some of the class 1 devices also require clinical trial. Class 2 and class 3, they require. For India also, depending on the classes, class 2 and class 3, like we have A, B, C, D, I'll come in. You can discuss with the regulatory whether you have to do a clinical trial according to your device. And population studies, like the normal clinical trials, you can have in normal patients, initial, first in human. It may not be patients, but mostly in oncology, we usually do in the patients. But in device, we don't have normal patients. It's all in normal human beings. It's all in patients. And the clinical trial design, you have seen that other clinical trials usually have a placebo. Here, you can't use a placebo. It's unethical to use placebo because it's a device. You are, treating for a cause. And usually imaging modality, if it is a superficial one, you can use a modality to examine that, or, ultrasound or an X-ray. But usually if it is inside, you need a single modality, at least, of imaging to be included into the clinical trial design for follow-ups. And safety reporting, like, the clinical trial, the other one, SUSAs, you must have unexpected and related, all those has to be reported within a timeline. But for device, all assays has to be reported. And regulatory requirements, like, it's the normal, it's similar to the submissions we do for clinical trials, but in a different way. All of the studies are not required to submit, like, depending on the classes, you have to submit. Notably, the investigation device exemption requires hands-on device training is an additional one which is required for the regulatory. Like device, if you're doing a trial, the investigator and the team should be very expert in it. And because you're using it on a patient, you have to explain to the patient, follow. So that training is mandatory during device clinical trials. And that the regulator mandates that, because if anything happens, they should be able to handle it. Even if, the company or the initiator is there, the training has to be incorporated with the regulatory, how we are going to use all this explained, and the follow-up in the patients, it has to be very clearly explained to the patient. And the sponsor should also keep in mind differences between regulatory landscapes for medical devices in US and Europe and India. So it depends on where you're going to market it or where you're going to do your clinical trial. It's in India alone. You're going outside APAC also. APAC, actually, I have worked with Korea, Taiwan, China. All of them are hubs of clinical trials and devices in Asia Pacific. And Australia is a phase 1 study hub. It's like that. And so, each has different regulations of data capturing, how you do it. So we should be very familiar with all those regulations. And device, one more additional is, like, there can be inspections to the manufacturing plant. So you should be very much aware of it, prepare for that from the beginning, follow GCP and GMB guidance, and also audit. Keep an auditing internally and externally for the trials. And this SAMD, software as a medical device, which is very much in practice now, because for everything we have a software now. So that has a software as a medical device, or SAMD. It can be described as a class of medical software designated to carry out one or more medical functions without need for actual hardware. So then, in US, software as a medical device has the same FDA device classifications, class 1, 2, and 3 for any type of medical device or IVD. So I'll come to India later. Like, example is software that provides parameters that become the input for a different hardware medical device or other software as medical device. Example, treatment planning software, like, in radiation oncology, linear accelerator, where we plan. So the software in it becomes a part of the software. And if you have a new software, you have to get through this regulatory. This has been updated for India recently. And medical device trials, like Indian process, you can see 70% of medical devices in India are imported. So I think this is an initiative which has been started to develop in India. We have the skills, we just have to upskill it. We have the manpower, we have, when you look at, like, my past experience for almost 16 years, 17 years in clinical research in RCC, and also, like, in the industry, in CROs, I know that India has a capacity. Only thing is we have to show the world we have and show it very well without any, like, as I said, the GCP, GMB, the audit, everything we should do that. This gap in import versus manufacturing provides a big opportunity to medical device manufacturers to fulfill this gap in indigenous manufacturers and sales in India. And currently the medical device development process is very complex, and time consuming, but recently it has been eased at present when we look at the regulatory updates which has been done. I think 1.5 months back also, I think it's been regularly updated from 2017. And these rules cover various aspects of device related regulations, including classification, how to register, manufacture and import, labeling, sales, post-marketing requirement. So this is, like, as I, in my slide, you can see the device development process. That's a process how it starts from the person who develops, then to the clinical evaluations, then to the regulatory, and the marketing part. So evolution of medical device regulations in India in 2010, almost, like, we had just in the initial, actually the regulations had come in CDSCO, but then, nobody even bothered much, like, we didn't have too much of devices being developed. So maybe because of that, even many of the what to say, like, outside Europe and US, they were not much willing to do the trials in India because we need to have a firm and feasible regulations. And 2017 started updating. The authority overhauled the medical device regulatory process in 2017. And it's more feasible and it's more visible to the outside world that we can do it. And in 2018, the rules came into force in January 2018. Devices are regulated by CDSCO and Agency of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. On February 11, 2020, the Government of India gazetted 2 notifications, a new definition of medical devices. I think it has to. And after that 2020, we again had a haul in 2023, 2020, then 22, we had an update on the regulations. And 2023, recently there was 6 points, how to do it, how to bring up the capacities of, and also to combine industry expertise into it. Utilize, I think what I understood from the April, May updates were how to bring about the expert and start developing. Like if you have a product, bring about the experts and start developing. Get the regulatory expert. If you don't know, ask a CDSCO. Like, if you want to register, you can go to the site, register there, and you can look at what classifications of classes your product is, and look at what has to be as a pathway. You can follow the pathway. And after that, if you have questions, you can directly ask the regulatory also, what has to be done. And then, you develop into the product. From the class, you have to start. Because the first class A, you don't have to, you have to register, but the trials may not be done. Rest of the classes, class B also, it's like, it's a moderate. These are assessed as for the risk, like, low risk, high to moderate, then high. It's like that. That's a class. We have class 4, A, B, C, D classes in India, and it's as for the risk actually. And you have to look into the site and look at what class your product is and the regulations you have to follow accordingly. Usually the class A, you don't have to do trials because that may not impact any of the patients or any of the any of the what to say, safety or efficacy is not going to be. It's a product which is going to help. That's all. So that kind of things. But at present, recently in I think 2022, all the devices has to be registered. So all registration, I think that given a timeline to register everything, you have to register on that. So that is what being updated for the regulations. And, so any questions on that? I can take some questions till now.
Yes, can I ask a question here? Yeah. So the starting point, if I have a product to introduce to the market ready, the starting point is to register with CDSCO. Yeah.
My voice is hard. It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Now,
you have to have all the like any other clinical trials, medical device also because if you have a lower and higher end clinical trials, all those data has to be. If it is a software, software trial that has to be there with all these things. Like I said, what are the questions you have to ask for the product? If it is reached the point where you have to register, you have to go to that site and follow it. And if you have any questions, you can ask there itself or contact one of the person and ask what to do next.
Okay, and I have a second question.
Yeah.
I'm expecting there should be a lot of history about RT-PCR based test because of COVID.
Yeah.
So currently we are looking into introducing similar RT-PCR based multi-gene test for various cancers. So is there any precedents where we can follow?
It's I think it belongs to IVD, right? IVD group.
Yes,
yeah.
It's IVD, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you first this.
So maybe if I ask differently,
yeah.
I think there may be several RT-PCR tests developed last 2 years and they came to market quickly.
Yeah.
So there is something which can be followed very quickly to get to the market.
You have to follow these regulations. Without that, you can't, because you have to get the clearance from the regulatory to be applied into the market. So this is a process.
Okay.
Whatever it is, you have to look at the class, register, And some of the RT-PCR, like, if you're not, if you're not impacting the safety and efficacy of a patient, like, just taking out and not impacting the patient.
Right.
Class 1, you can follow that. You can get into all the trials. You have to go into trials. Only if it is beyond the class 1. If it's class 1, you don't have to do the trials.
Okay.
You can get into that, but you have to have all the data. As I said, preclinical data has to be there. You have to have the data saying that, this is efficient. You can't use that without all those validations. Then it goes to the regulator, they validate it. All those evaluations has to be validated. All lab test has to be validated. Then you can go to the market. Once that is approved, you can go to the market, but trials may not be required if it is class 1.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah. I think I have put it in this, you might see. You go to CDSCO, like, or just in Google, you can say device regulations India. You'll get it all done. It's a common website. I think some of my slides will have at the, yeah.
I have a question because you are mentioning about audit.
Yeah.
So at which all stage of development do we do the audit? Because in clinical trial, you may do it initially, then focus audit and all that. So, and the second part is that, is there enough capacity development in doing audit for any sort of device?
A device, actually in India, we don't have too much of data, how it is being done. But with my experience in clinical trials, and also we all face audit. Anytime I can have a process audit for my, if a client comes, they want to renew what I'm doing, like, if it is a oncology drug trial I'm doing in the phase 2 or phase 3, all the process audit, what has been done, like the data management, medical, the safety, everything we have to see. So anytime it can come, but at least in one life cycle, you should have at least 1 or 2 audit. To initially, not initially, like, initially anyway, you put the process. If you want to look at the process is right, if you're not, like, it's an initial stage, you can put an audit and see initial, like the process audit. But as you go through, if it's a longer time audit, you might have a sponsor audit, you might have an internal audit, and from the regulator. So regulator, you can't say anytime it can come. Usually sponsor audit will happen if it's a longer one, twice or once, anytime they can. But it's always good to have an internal audit so that, we are clear that all the papers are filed. We have all the data, everything has to be documented very clearly in all trials. You can't erase, you can't correct, any question can come. And everything has to be filed and kept as long as it is required. And all the regulations has to be followed. If your regulatory approval has expired, immediately you have to do it. And all the safety, it's not like, you take a device trial and do it, like, blindly, no. There should be a medic. In all the trials, a medic should be there. You'll be looking at safety. If halfway through some time back, one of the trial, I felt, the safety is not clear. I'm the one who has to initiate and say that you do a DSM, like, a safety board. So with all the data, we do a safety board and see whether we have to go forward or not, or we stop it, or we redesign the protocol, or we redo it. If it's because it's a device, whether something is wrong, you have to do it. Like, some the device, you have to do an audit also, and what is a process audit also, and the data device audit, in the sense, like, if it's on the skin, it can burn. Like, if something is wrong, you put it inside for a radiation. Like, I have some slides. I don't hope I have some 5 minutes for that. If something happens, you have to have that. Audit is for the data and the regulations, which is updated, so that if internal and external audit is for that, when the regulatory comes, you are not caught back, like, that you have it all. That can happen, device anytime they can have a regulatory audit for the manufacturers and also for the trials. Same thing, yeah. So the Indian scenario, okay, fine, thank you. It's 2021, CDSCO released official guidelines on the classification of SAMD also, and follow the same registration process as regular medical devices. And data is very important. Data protection is very important. And there are various ways we do the data protection. I have put it on the, different countries have different regulations for the data protection. And some of the data which we update in the, you should have an EDC, electronic device, to capture the data if you have multiple studies. Now the paper data collection is not there. You have to develop an electronic data capturing this thing. You can, in clinical trial, Medidata, Inform, all these are very famous. And there are agencies which have, developed data capturing tools also, which you can use for lower cost. And or if the institution have a data management or a IT department, you can develop it. That's also possible. So what data you want to capture, you develop it. And in response to the protocol you develop. And that what data you capture, like gender, age, maybe the race, and some of the some countries don't allow you to capture if HIV is positive or not, if what gender you are. There are some things like those things should be very careful when you capture that, because breach comes, it again becomes a big issue for the study. And the medical device classification regulatory requirement. So this is in short, so your I mean, excuse me, sir, like you had a question, no? This slide comes how you go about with it. And we have about 4 classes, like, low risk, low, moderate, high risk, high risk. So you'll have to look at which category it presents. And then, it goes like this, all these submissions and things and all that. And regulatory pathways. This is a regulatory pathway, how it goes. Like, there will be, when you submit, there'll be a lot of queries which comes from the regulatory, you should be able to answer it. And it comes for same, like, when we are, many of the clients come with the preclinical data to have a phase 1 to the market to us. So we look at the data, unless and until it is giving all the safety, PK, everything, like, what has to be looked into, we never take it. So when we submit, you should have all answers the regulatory is going to ask regarding safety, efficacy, and how you're going to monitor mitigation strategies. If there is an issue, how you're going to cover it, like, how you're going to amend it, all these questions they'll ask. So you should have all the data and then go to the regulatory. In cases where DCGI is not in agreement with the recommendations, like, there is a subject expert committee, like for all clinical trials also, like, we have to, I have gone as a medical expert from, some of the clients to the subject expert committee. We have to present it well. If you present it well with all the data, they coolly, like, very early itself, they will approve it. But if we don't have, like, we show that there's some data are not there, there's a gap, it will take time. So collect everything. You should have collect everything means you have to do it and then collect it. And the case rejected by the SEC shall, in case of the applicant feels aggrieved, will be placed before the TC for consideration. Again, it will come if you have an answer. Otherwise, with the results, they'll ask you to come again. So regulatory balance and ease of doing business, like compensation guidelines and formula should be there, like any other clinical trials. Sugam online applications are there, you can use, and more predictable approval timelines from before. This is from past to now, the regulatory is easing. Hopefully it will be better, improved. And nowadays, like, the regulations are strict. So the clients, the sponsors or the industry are also very strict in doing their research. They go by guidelines. SOPs were not there before. Now everybody needs an SOP to do it. And in all audit, SOPs should be filed and shown how you're going it. What is the guidance you're following? And audiovisual recording of informed completed. Yeah, just a last one. So the challenges, lack of adequate infrastructure and logistics is a challenge which you're going to face in India. And we have to look into that. But I feel, as the years went by, we have reached here, it's possible. We have we can develop infrastructure, we have logistics capacities, and a requirement of continued development of trials and supply. High cost is one thing which we come across in device developments. Financial implications and data security are the major ones. Cost, regulatory understanding. So that's why we are making in India, so that the cost comes down. Lack of awareness of research, regulatory. That's one of the biggest gap in even among the medical fraternity. Many of them don't know what a clinic. I get a lot of questions like, how come from the clinic don't you miss your patients? No, I see a lot of patients around the world. I work for them. How come you took this? I get a lot of questions. I have to take time to explain what I'm doing here. So everybody has doctor means only clinician. There is a lot of work to reach there. That the treatment which you're giving to the patient, cancer patient, from where does it come? And in the clinical trials is not even part of our standard of care. When I'm working on the global arena, one of the standard of care is clinical trial. The patient has a hope. And even breast cancer, there are 5, 6, 7 lines. We still are in 3rd or 4th line. We don't have options to give because the rest of the things are very costly. So you should bring down the medical and clinical trials. And that can be updated only by awareness, skill development, and upskilling. Skills we have, develop skill and upskilling. easing of ongoing innovations, trainings and clinical research. Training is very important for the team and also to the, like I say, MBBS and post-graduations also should be trained. They should have a subject on this. And also in the other pure sciences also it should be there. They should know what research is and clinical research, different types of research is, and get them interested in it. And developing training teams. They should be training. We have training teams. We every month, like, every month we have a lot of trainings to be done. All updated things has to be trained, and each study has a lot of training again to be done for the whole team. For the medical, if I'm the lead, then I'll have to train the whole regarding the protocol, the regulations, everything. And develop training teams, data monitoring, safety monitoring, interim analysis. That should be part of the protocols and the trials. And mitigate, I think, we can talk about it a little later. Example, like, the CAR-T, just an example, I can say CAR-T therapy. We all know that CAR-T therapy is in thing in oncology, not in non-oncology also they have been tried. It's very costly. I'm part of CAR-T therapy, ADCs and immuno-oncology trials at large in the global arena. I try very much to bring it to India. In many ways, like, I have my teachers in RCC and outside who all support me with so many questions still, and try very well. But still, that problem is there in India, but it is improving, I should say. And I have worked on CAR-T therapies outside India. It is standard of care in APAC region also. It's a standard of care. I had an advisory board conducted in April in DLBCL, and it's in 8 countries in Asia Pacific. Other than India, all of their standard of care had CAR-T therapy, which is very costly. And now we have to develop in India to give our patients. Otherwise, it's very costly. And I think it has been started in India now. I was one of the advisors for the initial one, which has started. And when we produce in India, the cost comes down. So that's something. There's a case study, I think I'll skip. I think. And the endpoints. You should be, when you develop the protocol, you have to look at what is your endpoint. Endpoint should be very clear. And an interim analysis should be there to see whether you have to change your endpoint with the data you're getting in the interim time, and what could be most feasible, and also the safety. Then you will, many of the clinical trials are, have to be done halfway through, because you don't go through all these process. When you go through all this process, because of the adaptive trials and things, you can always modify it. And now device is combined with the normal chemotherapies and other drugs. So in combined chemotherapy device, it goes like the chemotherapy to clinical trials. You have to go accordingly. I think that's fine. This is IQVIA. We have a lot of support. We have a center of excellence in Europe, US, and APAC also for most of the indications, and also in medical devices. These are all the subsets for the trials we require. We need a biostatistician to help us develop the number of patients to be patient pool for the study, to get a positive outcome, the trial designs, and how to go about in the protocol development. The protocol writers are important. So each one has their own, and for all through the medic is important. We have something or the other to add till the study is out for the approval, and after approval also. So this is short. So we have all this thing. And summary, I think you can just go through. I'll take any questions. I thank my, I had asked Jinu to come and present when Rajesh asked me. Jinu is a VP. I said, you go and explain more. But then, I felt it is more on a medical side and my expertise will help. And Sneha also provided me with my regulatory person, helped me with few slides. So I thank them. And also I thank my family also to help me, who supported when I shifted from the clinics to the research. Yeah, thanks. This is a summary of my talk. Any questions? Because COVID has taught us a lot, to be self-sufficient. Yeah.
Can I request you to use the mic? These mics are working. Just press the button here and use the mic.
So we face, when we do a clinical trial, we need to upload in the stethoscope portal and get it approved. And we have to face audits also. So on behalf of one organization, if a CRO is doing any clinical trial for the first time, maybe, so is there any registration to be done to become a CRO? Or is it like if you face audits and all 2 to 3 times you do trials, you become a established CRO?
You have to register. Those part, I think, and the section is a person who has to explain that. But from my experience, if you're going to, if a client wants to do a trial and this, as a CRO, you have been approached for the request for proposal, and you have to go for bid defense and all those things, and you are selected. You say that you are a CRO. You can't just say you are a CRO. You should show your capability. You have to be registered as a CRO. You have to show that you have an SOP. You should have a standard operating procedure, which has been, the regulator should know that.
So we have to prepare the standard SOPs and get enrolled in the CEDESCO portal.
Not CEDESCO, I'm not sure whether you have to enroll in the CEDESCO, but you have to be, there is a portal where you have to register, any company has to register. No, it's a company. Yeah. So there's a portal where you register your company, any other business. It's a business, it's a business portal, not just regulatory alone. You have to register. The regulations should be followed as a new business venture.
Okay.
And then you have to have the SOPs and things that's different from any other business. You're dealing with patients and, preclinical baby, labs and blood and all those things. There are a lot of things. And you need approval for doing that. You can't do any research without approvals. If you're going to, do it on an animal, lower animal, higher animal, patients, all the registrations are different. And you should, if you have to do it, you have to get an approval. There are a lot of things in that. And you need a standard operating procedure developed and submitted.
So where to get approval from?
1 second. So we'll just end the session here, ma'am. We're running a little bit short of
I
time.
think
We
that's-
have an exclusive Ask the Expert session with Dr. Anju. So I would suggest everybody to note down a few questions, and we will have some time where we'll take the audience questions. Some of these questions are already covered in the queries that we have prepared. Thank you so much, ma'am. MCs, you can take over.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights. As a token of gratitude, we would like to present a memento for this. Let me welcome Professor Dr. Vijayan CP, Pro Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Health Sciences.
I invite Dr. Lakshmi S., Additional Professor, Cancer Research, Regional Cancer Center, Thiruvananthapuram, for taking a session on Regional Cancer Center and Clinical Research.
Good morning, all. I am here to give you an overview of Regional Cancer Center. I've come here on behalf of our director, Dr. Rekha Nair. I am not a clinician, a basic researcher. So I'll just give an overview of Regional Cancer Center, Thiruvananthapuram, what is happening there regarding cancer research. So Regional Cancer Center has been designated as State Cancer Institute. It was established in 1981 as a tertiary level reference center. It caters to the population of not only Kerala, but other southern districts like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and also Maldives. Over 16,000 new patients are visit annually. And this shows the dimension of the disease burden. We have 7 departments, 15 divisions, and 3 outreach centers. And these are all working under site-specific multidisciplinary clinics. So, there are certain unique achievements of Regional Cancer Center. We are among the first comprehensive cancer centers in the country, and first exclusive pediatric oncology division was established in RCC. We are also the first in developing the community oncology divisions. We had a cancer care for life scheme, an insurance policy scheme, and we were the first to organize cancer pain clinic in the country. We are also started the first bone marrow transplant unit in a government setup, and the first cancer center in government sector to obtain NABH accreditation. There are some recent achievements of RCC to be mentioned here. We have inaugurated a second camp. We have obtained a land for a second campus at Pulanar Kota, Thiruvananthapuram, and started a preventive oncology and training center at the second campus. And we have also started pediatric autologous stem cell transplantation. We have recently acquired a gallium-68 generator, started gallium scan and radionuclide therapy for neuroendocrine tumors and prostate cancer. And recently, in collaboration with CDAC, we have devised a service scan in collaboration with CDAC for detection of early cancer, cervical cancer detection. And we have also acquired a uro-brachytherapy unit and started radiation for uro-oncology cancers, including prostate cancer. So this is an overview of the research outcome of RCC. We have several publications and patents, and it is a mandate of RCC for human resource development by giving training to various students from various parts of the state. And we have also ongoing projects which are extramurally funded. There are in-house projects and industry-sponsored projects also. So these are some of the diagnostic facilities which are undertaken by the different departments of RCC. There are several, so I cannot explain each of them. And cancer research, which is going on in RCC, can be considered as basic research and clinical research. Basic research is studying the biology of cancers that are common to our areas, to identify the cancer promoting molecular pathways to devise personalized medicine or targeted therapy. And the mandate is translational research and applied research. Translational research includes exploration, validation of available information in the literature to formulate biomarkers for early diagnosis or prognosis of cancer patients. And the applied research include designing instruments and kits for diagnosis, developing anti-cancer drugs, etc. Most of the applied research is collaborative in nature. And clinical research, we have multi-centric clinical trials, newer diagnostic techniques, surgical modalities, drug trials aimed at new generation drugs, fine-tuning of current treatment protocols. So as I'm a basic researcher, I'll explain you about what basic research is going on in RCC. We have a set of faculty who are experts in interdisciplinary subject areas of cancer biology, and they work under different laboratories. They are handling different laboratories which do different areas of cancer research. The Laboratory of Cell Cycle Regulation and Molecular Oncology deals with molecular mechanisms behind cancer development and progression, identifying molecular signatures capable of predicting disease prognosis in order to aid the personalized and risk-adjusted therapy for cancers. The Laboratory of Molecular Medicine deals with elucidation of cancer and molecular mechanisms in development of breast cancer mainly, and developing primary cancer cell lines to study the effects of plant products in the development and progression of tumors. The Cytogenetics and Molecular Diagnostic Laboratory deals with hematological malignancies to study chromosomal abnormalities and to identify novel and rare chromosomal abnormalities, and other areas of cytogenetic and molecular studies, including imatinib resistance, molecular mechanisms in CML patients, and also drug resistance. The laboratory of biopharmaceuticals and nanomedicine involved in developing plant polysaccharide-based nanoconstructs for tumor targeting and biomaterials for theranostic applications. Polysaccharide-based metal nanoconstructs have been developed for targeted drug delivery, imaging, photothermal therapy, and wound healing. And tumor-targeted drug delivery using specific antibody and siRNA tagged nanoconjugates for gene silencing and targeted drug delivery have also been developed. The Laboratory of Immunopharmacology and Experimental Therapeutics deals with inflammatory bowel diseases and its relation with cancer progression, mitigation of radiation esophagitis using novel molecules with an objective to improve the quality of life of cancer patients receiving thoracic radiation. And we have a cancer epidemiology and biostatistics department where different areas of epidemiological studies are being carried out. Some of the recent studies going on are artificial neural network model-based geographical information systems for predicting spatial distribution of cancer incidence and cancer mortality, and joint frailty modeling of longitudinal time to event data in cancer survival. These projects are being undertaken by national and international funding agencies like DST, DBT, CSIR, ICMR, etc. And recently, we have developed an indigenous software for karyotyping in collaboration with the Government Engineering College, Karnagapalli, and it was funded by the KSST. And CDAC, as I have earlier mentioned, CDAC and RCC have jointly developed an automated cervical screening system, service scan, this is undergoing validation studies. And an AI-based oral cancer screening system to evaluate the significance of oral brush biopsy in early detection of oral cancer, to evaluate the possibility of image analysis for the identification of human papilloma virus. This is under progress. Now, regarding clinical research, I am not a clinician. I cannot speak much about clinical trials, but I can mention some of the studies that are ongoing. Recently, we have received a BIRAC research grant to establish a ready network of clinical trials units across national cancer grid to promote multicentric collaborative research in the field of drug and device development. This is funded by the DBT BIRAC. And these are some of the the ongoing clinical trials taking place in RCC. These are funded by different pharma companies. So I don't have the details. I have just mentioned the trials that are ongoing. Thank you.
The questions will be taken up by the experts in the next session. Thank you, ma'am, for your insights on the topic. I welcome Dr. Sajid Kumar, Academic Staff College, KUHS, to present the token of appreciation.
Next is an interactive query handling session. For moderating this session, I call upon Mr. C. Padmakumar, Special Officer, Kerala Medical Technology Consortium. Mr. C. Padmakumar is a professional manager with a bachelor's degree in commerce and an MBA in marketing. Earlier, he was the chairman and managing director of Thermopenpol Private Limited. Currently, he is engaged as the Special Officer, Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, Director, Kerala Life Sciences Park Private Limited, and Director, Pados and Trading Private Limited.
Still, good morning, everyone. I'd like to invite the experts onto the dais. First of all, Dr. Anju Goban, Medical Director of IQVIA. Dr. Raj Mohan from the School of Public Health Studies, KUHAS. And Mr. Anup from Auditor and Assessor of DNB.
I have made connections with him through Dr. C.R. Soman. You know C.R.
Yes, yes, very well.
He will talk later.
Oncology.
Ladies and gentlemen, since we are behind schedule, we will try and So in the interest of time, we have some questions which we had gathered and requested all the participants to send in. Of course, we don't have time to look at all the questions. We will pick out a few selected ones. And I will request one member of the panel to, any one member to answer these questions. So the first question is, can you provide a clear picture regarding single blind, double blind, and triple blind studies? Can I ask Dr. Anju Gopan to answer that?
Yeah. So single blind study, you say like, so it's usually there is no blind as such. It's like, a single open label usually. And usually it's an open label and single if you have to blind one person, like, one person in the stakeholder, like, you have the patient, the sponsor, the investigator, one of them will be blinded on the data. So it's to avoid the bias. Sometimes it could be sponsor. Like we have open label, single blind, double blind, and triple blind, as I said. Open label is like, you know what the treatment is, what's happening, everything. Single blind, like, one of the person will be blinded in the stakeholder. That might be due to bias, like, to avoid the bias, like, to know the sponsor may not be, the investigator may not be. It's like double blind is, the patient and the investigator, patient or the sponsor, both of them, some of them could be blinded. And, the triple blind again goes for, like, it could be sponsor, the patient, and the investigator could be blind. So it's the blind is according to the, how we are developing the protocol. Like how it will be, like, to avoid the bias, some of the data will be blinded and, you'll be using that. So it's like that.
Thank you. The next question, can I put that to Dr. Raj Mohan, since this seems to be connected also to KUHAS. The question
and even
is,
here in the double blind and single blind, it just adding to that, sir. Like, it can be the like, what to say, like, we have 1 arm, 2 arm, 3 arms. In that also, like, you can have a blinded, what to say, the placebo will be blind. There could be placebo. There could be an arm where the IP used is blinded. You may not know what, this thing, the one of the arms will be blinded. And the double blind, both the arms will be blinded. And the triple blind, like, it's like, there are 2 types how we use in clinical trials. Like I said, the blinding of the person, how the data will be considered, and in the single blind, double blind, and triple blind on the arms which we are giving. the treatment arms.
Dr. Rajmohan, the questioner is saying that cannot participate in clinical trials as the institute is not DSIR certified. Can KUHAS help affiliated colleges in this regard?
As you all know, the regulatory arrangements for conducting clinical trials have been very much changed recently after the Supreme Court interventions. You know, you might have heard of the parliament issue, and after that, for 2 years, there was a parliamentary committee, and they found that there were about nearly 2,000 victims of clinical trials in India. And India has become a trial hub by many other European countries, and the poor people were suffering like anything. And you know, you might have heard of a lot of organizations like PATH, who were all contracting and intermediaries for these things. And the parliament was totally stopped in this discussion, and the Supreme Court has intervened. And even, you know, they asked my medical college people are not doing trials, and they engaged the postgraduates who are doing trials, and they asked why faculty are not doing it. There was a committee, and that committee report is open. You can get into that. And after that, everything has been reworked. And the new CTRA rules came, clinical trial rules and regulations. Before that, we had a very, very rudimentary rule, the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. And that schedule was very small only. It has only 2 pages. It has been extensively reviewed. The CDSO has been developed. The CTRA, latest version of CTRA in 2019 has come. And later on, after 2 years, many things have been relaxed. For example, video recording of the trial conduct. And because we understood that it was very cost intensive and it was practically difficult, Suma may knowing, video recording was a good suggestion. The court appreciated it. But later on, after doing that feasibility, it was very difficult. So video recording is now only limited to the more extremely vulnerable groups. Only no other routine video recording. Similarly, I'm not going to the details of that. CTRA, the new drugs and trial rules are available in the open domain. You can all, because, and now a lot of rules are there. For example, a person who is competent to do a trial. A person who is competent to do a trial is a person in that subject only. Previously, according to drugs and cosmetic rules, 1965, it was any MBBS person could have been a trial person. But now, if suppose a pharmacologist wants to do a trial, he can do only in drug-related areas. An MD, general physician, can do in his area. Dermatologist can do. So that much is the clarity of the rules now. Training has been extensively reworked. You have to go for GCP rules is a must. One of the members of that team should be GCP trained. We are now arranging, but I was just talking today morning about that to Sadishan. Unfortunately, the capacity building is too inadequate in our country.
Dr. Rajmohan,
KUHS, I am coming to the point. KUHS, as far as KUHS is concerned, we are only a very, very young organization. As you all know, it is only 10 years since KUHS has been developed. We are developing, slowly developing, and we are planning to provide this because first of all, it is only getting into the looking into the quality. So we are trying to develop our research centers and approve research centers. And we have an ethical committee. Actually, our ethical committee was the first registered one because many times it was very difficult for them, the government of India, to push that idea of registration of ethical committees. Very few ethical committees have registered. But KUHS ethical committee has been registered first. And now a lot of other committees are also registered. So as far as trials are conducted, trial rules are conducted, KUHS right now cannot give any sanction. It is not needed. You go for, I already told you, there are clear rules. If you are competent to do a trial, trials are of different types, investigator-initiated trials, sponsored trials. If it is a sponsored trial, they will look after everything. For example, this IQI from which Kundail was actually a very good CRO first. And they will look after everything perfectly. But if it is an investigator-initiated trial, it is very extremely difficult. You have to go for, there's a portal, everything is now transparent. CDSO and CTRI rules are all clear. You can go to the web portal, you can register it after IEC clearance. And then you will get the answer. They are advising now, even for non-trial like observation studies to be registered. That is the procedure now. Okay. I think I made it clear, but it is not very easy question to be answered because a lot of things, what is happening in our country has to be revealed to you. And that is what we are teaching our students every day. Okay.
Thank you. The next question, I'll put it to Mr. Anu. This is about international clinical trial agreements. So if you think the question is all right, please do answer. How to word indemnification, insurance, governing law, and jurisdiction articles in a clinical trial agreement?
Hello. Yeah. Regarding this question of applicability of clinical trial conducted in one jurisdiction for another jurisdiction, generally it is accepted worldwide, despite there are some differences as far as US FDA is concerned. For example, in the case of high-risk devices, they need pre-market approval within the territory of United States. So this is one of the exception. Otherwise, the clinical trials conducted in India is acceptable in most part of the different continents.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you. And this is an interesting question to Dr. Anju Gopan. One of the delegates wants to implement, I think, projects and actually do a clinical trial. And the individual wants to know, is there any funding to do clinical trials?
Funding depends, like, as Sir said, there's an investigator-initiated trial. That's a clinical trial. Like, in RCC, we were part of investigator-initiated trial from Singapore Medical, the major institute where RCC was also part. That funding comes from that institute. If you're part of such a huge institute like Tata Memorial has, they have specific clinical trial group as such. Many of the, that I was talking about CAR-T in my previous thing, that trial was supported by Tata Memorial. And they collaborated. You can collaborate. They collaborated with IIT to develop the CAR-T phase 1 unit. It's a what to say, cumbersome. Actually, you have to have experts in it to deal the adverse events, etc. So if you want to do the funding, it should be how you want to do it. Like if you're a CRO, you can initiate it with what to say, who is going to do that? Like, there's a sponsor. Like if it's Merck is having a molecule and the CRO wants to do, the funding comes from Merck. If you're going to go do an investigator-initiated trial, you'll have to affiliate with a center or the research centers to fund it. Otherwise,
so
just like a normal
Dr. Anju, the question may also be about, is there any government funding available? Are you aware?
I think now recently they have started funding. That's why all these evolutions have happened from 2022. I would say from 2022 to 23, they want to fund, but they are also looking at outsiders. Like I think even Lakshmi was showing, for the funding of the clinical trials in RCC, other agencies, some of the government agencies are funding depending on the type of clinical trial. Yeah.
So I'd like to put the same question to Dr. Rajmohan. Can you throw some light on this, especially with regard to government?
From my experience from government sector, now things have improved a lot. If doctors are showing interest in research, a lot of funding opportunities are there. For example, the State Board of Medical Research, it is an intramural agency for the government of Kerala. And it was about nearly 5 years back when Pishardi sir was the principal and I was in Toronto Medical College. It was on a meager grant, but that now has been increased to about nearly more than 3 crores. And there is a proposal that it will be increased to 20 crores. And that is a good amount of money. But these are all only considered as a seed grant. For any investigator-initiated project is only for establishment. Later on, it need to be translated to the industry. Because industry collaboration is a very much important for drug development or device development. A single investigator cannot do. Then there are other agencies like WHO gives technical support. But they call agency, they call for proposals, what we call CFP, so request for proposals. ICMR calls ad hoc proposal. There are different schemes. I think Suma can also answer because she is an international scenario, she only knows better than
Not
me.
only international scenario, but I think in Kerala itself, the DST, Science and Technology Department, DBT and ICMR also gives funding for the investigator initiative, because I think we are not utilizing it as much as we should. Because if your project is good and if it is a useful one, and depending upon the protocol and all that, there will be funding also. That's a good funding source which our young researchers should explore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I?
Can you just switch on the mic and then
Yeah,
we can't hear you?
Many professional associations also have set apart a considerable amount of money. Just like, we have the Rockefeller Foundation and other foundations in the West. In India also, there are some foundations like this which have set apart some money for research. Of course, the criteria may be slightly different, but it's still available for those who want to go for those things. In Kerala, as Suma was mentioning, the Science, Technology and Environment Committee was one of the early units by the government where they offered money for research.
Can I have a word before this side, sir?
Yeah.
This is this question as well as the question which has been directed to sir first regarding the DSIR as well as the funding agencies. Now, there are plenty of funding agencies which are ready to provide us with the grants, maybe government organization, private organizations, which may provide us with the extramural fundings. But if you want to get it, you need to have that DSIR certificate. That's why I think the first question was directed. If you have DSIR certificate, okay, you will get the fundings because of tax issues and all those things. Now, I think those who are working in RCC or Sri Chitra or Amala, like those who are getting the fundings like regularly, they will be knowing. If you don't have that DSIR certificate, like the funding agencies are not going to give you any money. So
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's an important point, and we'll need to keep that in mind. I have one more question actually from our list of curated questions, after which I'm going to throw open to the floor for any questions. And Mr. Anup, would you like to attempt this? How to conduct plant product-based clinical trials in the modern medicine setting?
I think this question is on specifically on the medical devices. As far as legacy medical devices, legacy medical technologies are concerned, worldwide, no any exclusive clinical trial requirement is needed for the manufacturers or the sponsors. So this is a scenario more or less everywhere in the world, except, as I mentioned earlier, regarding the high critical devices in United States, there is a specific requirement called a pre-market approval. Otherwise, except the case of PMA of United States, for legacy medical devices, legacy medical technologies, an exclusive new clinical trial is not required. Now, as far as new medical device technology or new medical devices or existing medical devices with a different intended application, I mean a new different intended application that was not there earlier, then also a clinical trial is required. I would like to add one more point. As far as again medical devices are concerned, this is somewhat different from the clinical trial requirements of pharmaceutical product. In the pharmaceutical product, the RCTs, RCTs are the gold standard for pharmaceutical clinical trials, but that's not the case with medical devices. It depends on the product and depends on the medical technology. There are difficulties to fully implement the spirit of RCTs in the case of medical devices. Obviously, we cannot double blind anyway in the case of research involved in the medical devices. So there are many differences are there. So there are different options are there. It depends on the particular product, particular technology. And there are guidelines available in the different regulatory realms regarding how to approach a product or a technology. I think I answered the question.
Thank you. I think we have time for 2 or 3 questions. If anybody in the audience has a question, please identify yourself and keep the question short, and then please address it to whoever you would like to answer.
And now actually CRO registration is needed, and the CRO registration is with CDSO, Clinical Drug Standard Organization. That CDSO, that they are revising it, and now the draft is available. Previously, the CRO registration was with the federal agencies, American, because most of the CROs, including Kundails, was federal, lean with the federal. They were giving money, so that was the system. Now it is different. Our country has our own guidelines and rules. And now CDSO is developing the CRO registration. CRO registration is different from CTRA registration. CTRA registration is for the research investigation. CRO registration is for the CROs. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Rajmohan. Any questions?
Yeah, can I ask?
I would like to add one more point regarding the question you asked earlier. In spite of this a new clinical trial not required for most of the legacy medical devices and legacy medical technologies, the post-market clinical follow-up and updating of the data is a requirement for almost all the regulatory realms across all the countries.
What are the requirements? Can I ask a question here? What are the requirements for introducing a food supplement or Ayurveda-based product? So, for example, recently there was a report.
Actually, can we restrict it to focus is on medical devices today?
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah.
if you don't, Dr. Satish.
This is not a question. I think just a clarification with my limited knowledge. I think DSI certification is not mandatory for conducting a clinical trial. What I understand is that DSIR generally they give a zero certification to certain industries, certain institutions. And for example, regional cancer centers and central government research organizations, by default, they'll get a zero certification. But for other hospitals, it's extremely difficult. So that in that case, I think no hospital will be doing a clinical trial. No institution can do a clinical. MCC is a zero certificate because probably we are the very rare organizations we got it. But thing is that is not mandatory. But it actually, it helps you getting funds from the various government agencies, DBT, DSIR, and that is the only thing. Zero certificate. I think probably the question would have been whether the KUHS would be able to help in getting the ethics committee DHR registration, because that is what DHR registered ethics committee is mandatory for clinical trials if they have to do a clinical trial.
Sir,
I think just add on to that. DSIR registration is not mandatory for doing clinical trials. DSIR registration of the university is unlikely to help affiliated colleges when they ask for funding, because all affiliated colleges, we could help how to apply and get DSIR registration. I'm sure you have. I think many affiliated colleges has either applied or got DSIR. We are in the process. Our application is not yet approved. So I think that is it. I think you cannot hope our DSIR registration is likely to help you in getting grants from DBT and things like that, who insist on a DSIR registration as a priority condition.
Thank you, Dr. Shaji. So what I understand is that DSIR certification is not necessary to conduct a clinical trial, number one. Number two, DSIR certification is for each individual institution. So by KUHS getting the certificate is not going to help the individual institution.
This is our current understanding. We are asking Kerala University about this. There's some discussion going on saying that Kerala University has this and this all affiliate, but I don't think that is the case. Anyway, we'll clarify on that. We are talking to people in DSIR.
Thank you. The lady there.
Sir, ICMR funded research for extramural projects also mandate that the DSIR certificate must be there. In the document, it says so. So again, is it an institutional responsibility or the responsibility of the university?
We will ask the expert, so I'm not the expert here. Would Mike, please.
ICMR has different types of proposal calling. Investigator-initiated projects, actually DSIR is not a must. But for ad hoc projects where the institution is involved, DSIR is a must. See, that depends on, ICMR has different types of research. For example, ICMR has even undergraduate research. That undergraduate research is not given to DSIR institutions only. It is given to all institutions. So that depends upon that particular call for proposal. That call for proposal gives the illustration of the conditions and terms. So one certain of that are DSIR. I have done many trials, but none of because DSIR all came only recently. Recently means since the last 5 or 6 years. Previously, we never have heard of these things. But for now, DBT is insisting because now everything is getting streamlined. So as a part of it, they are asking for these things. But it ensures quality. That we should understand. What is that? Why they ask? Because it initiates certain quality of governance mechanisms in the institutions. That is the purpose. This is a good purpose only. Okay.
The lady there.
Do a PMS study of our own marketed products. If you need to study furthermore things, do you need ethics committee approval again?
Can I answer that question? If your question is on the ethics committee approval, I would say yes, it is required. Because even though this is the PMS observational study, there is minimal risk is involved. So that sense regulatory approval in India or any other country is required. But since you are utilizing the data of individuals, there are ethical concerns are there. Because of this reason, it is always recommended to have the approval of the institutional ethics committee before you go forward, even for the PMS. Okay.
One more question, sir. Like without a hospital attachment, is there any absolute requirement for setting up an ethics committee?
Ethics committee, most of the situations, it is attached to the hospitals. Hospitals or the clinical setups. In some places, there are 2 types of committees. One is called the scientific committee. Next is the ethics committee. Once it is approved by scientific committee in terms of the technicality of the procedure, this will pass on to the ethics committee for the ethical clearance. But most of the time, it is attached to the hospital only.
I think we can take one last question, the lady there.
Yes, so may I just add over there for your question? Like about the post-marketing you said.
Yeah.
Because post-marketing, you're collecting data, which you have not consented yet. And also like, outside, like depends on the data. Post-marketing is available everywhere. Like, there could be an SAE, there could be like, adverse events which has been coming in. So you're collecting all those. So that's why what Sir said is correct. You marketed already. Now you're going to do a post-marketing. You need a regulatory approval for that. In clinical trial, it's always required because most of the phase 4 studies, we have it because most of the phase 3, phase 2 are not done in India. But now it has been flexible, like, to include, if we are included in phase 3, like in clinical trial, not device, even device also, we don't have to do a post-marketing. Otherwise, previously, if we were not included in the global trial, we had to do a small 100 patients or 50 patients, depending on the impact of the safety and all those things. We had to do a phase 4 study here with an SEC meeting with the DCGI. And regarding the ethics committee, Sir said, like, we haven't developed ethics committee, centralized ethics committee like the Europe and US. US has National Health Institute. Everybody has a central institute. We have to develop that. I think many of the policymakers are here. A centered, like, a core ethics committee, if you have in Trivandrum, like, you have an RCC. that can be utilized by other hospitals if they don't have an ethics committee. If you, I mean, many of the ethics committee, you need the core members, you have to, there's a amount being spent for that. Some of the hospitals may not have that and the expertise. Actually, we should develop something like a core ethics committee so that, the hospitals around can utilize that. And, they are expert in it, but I think we haven't come up like that. And as I said, it is in the major institutes at present. And those like, I think KIMS and all have it because they also conduct clinical trial. Private sectors also they allow, but there are criteria which is required. Going forward, I expect that we have this centralized ethics committee also.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I think we've run out of time. I'm getting tough looks from the organizers. So let me thank all the our experts here and the audience for patiently listening and also asking us lots of questions. Thank you very much.
As a token of gratitude, we would like to present memento to the panelists. For that, I request Dr. Krishna Kumar, IMHANS, to the stage.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. For the next session, I invite Professor Manita Nair and Professor Deepthi Menon, senior scientists, Amrita School of Nanoscience and Molecular Medicine, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Kochi, for a presentation on research activities related to healthcare and medtech.
Before we start off with the session, MCs would just like you to remind the amount of time that each speaker has and the buzzer when it will be rung.
Each speaker will be given 8 minutes. At 7 minutes, we will be taking a warning bell. And at the completion, 8 minutes, we will be playing a long bell.
Hello. Good afternoon, one and all. Let me, on behalf of Amrita, thank the organizers for giving us an opportunity to come and talk to you about the kind of work that we do at Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences. So the title of my presentation is Nanotechnology-Based Medical Device Innovations at Amrita. I represent the Amrita School of Nanosciences and Molecular Medicine, which is a part of Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences. I think it's the wrong file which we sent. So our team is myself, Dr. Deepthi Menon. We have Dr. Manita Nair here, Dr. Manzoor Koykuti, and Dr. Binulal is there. And Dr. Shanti Kumar Nair is our director. And we have a clinical a team which supports all our work. So as I said, we are in the Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, which is in the Kochi campus in the Amrita Hospital. The main aim of our center is to come from the bench to the bedside. And thus we work towards developing low-cost, high-quality medical products. This is our vision. So our strategy is mainly to understand the clinical need, come up with innovative technology solution, go through regulatory process, and at the end, move towards clinical trial. Our umbrella, Amrita, provides us a platform for all this. We have clinicians and the hospital. We have a very full-fledged research facility wherein we are also a part of. We have small and large animal facility. And we also have an ISO 13485 accredited GMP facility at the Amrita Institute. So with all these provisions before us, we look forward to coming up with some Class C and Class D implantable medical devices from our center. I'm just presenting to you a bird's eye view of only a few of the medical products that we are working with at Amrita. We have, just for clarity, we have categorized it as regenerative implants, in which I'll be discussing two important works that we have done. One is the Nanotex bone graft, which has now moved towards the clinical trial. And then there is a Regen GTR membrane.
COVID-19 testing. And in 2022, we started research works, like we got grants, DHR grant, KCST grant, and recently we got 3 sub grants as well. So this is our research facilities that we are having in our lab. This is the molecular biology and genetics laboratory that we have. This is the cell biology laboratory and the animal cell culture lab. This is where we do karyotyping and genetic counseling as well. This is the sleep research laboratory and this as well. So we actually address research questions pertaining to biological basis of behavior and disorders. So we'll be looking at behavioral aspects and those having genetic manifestations as well. So our research strategy is mainly to discover novel genetic risk factors for neuropsychiatric disorders, and then evaluating these risks using molecular basis, cellular experiments, and behavioral phenotyping, so that we'll be able to get druggable targets or biomarkers for future use. Our lab usually revolves around carbonyl stress as for now. So carbonyl stress is a stress that is actually happening when we have a lot of reactive carbonyl compound. So if a patient is having more of these compounds are usually regulated by enzymes like glyoxylase, that is GLO1, and certain molecules like vitamin B, B12, B6, betaine, etc. So when these are dysfunctional, it has the capacity to destroy molecules, tissues, organs, and even metabolic pathways in an individual. So there is a study that says that enhanced carbonyl stress and its relation to psychiatric disorders. So mostly it is being done on schizophrenia, but we also have data on bipolar disorders, mood disorders, anxiety, depression, and even Alzheimer's disease as well. So we don't know whether the carbonyl stress is a cause or a consequence. Our lab will be finding that out soon. And our research question mainly involves 2. One is, does carbonyl stress alone modify psychiatric pathophysiology? And the next question is, what are the disease-associated risk factors that elicit carbonyl stress? So as for the first one, we'll be looking at the role of carbonyl stress as modulator of schizophrenia pathogenesis. I need 1 more minute, just 1 moment. So as for the second question, we'll be looking at the causal relationship of sleep and carbonyl stress. This is my area of work, wherein altogether put, I'll be able to answer whether the elevated carbonyl stress is in relation with reduced or enhanced reactive carbonyl compounds species, which is in turn mediated through sleep deficits in schizophrenia schizophrenia patients. So these are the projects that I said we recently got grant. One is genetics of sleep talking. This we had one patient with sleep talking history. And when we did PSG, we also found that his children are also having this sleep talking, and also even his grandfather also had sleep talking. So we are in the process of finding out whether any genetic manifestation is involved in this. This is another project that is recently got grant, that is elucidating the role of DNA methylation for OCD. And this is another project that we recently got grant, that is do aberrations in the human circadian clock and sleep homeostatic genes cause sleep deficits in ADHD. These are the core teams, Dr. Sabish Walin, our PI, and Dr. Rajit Ravindran, my colleague and research fellow Mubshira, and myself. And we have a neurotechnologist Shibilla and cytogenicist Ranjita. We also have collaborations from Medical College Calicut as well, Dr. Mithun, Dr. Nishant, and Dr. Neeta as well. We also have 2 students, MPhil students, doing a thesis work in our lab, Ms. Karthika and Ms. Sri Lakshmi. So that is all about the research work that is going on in our lab. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Iqbal VM, Dean Student Affairs, KUHS, to present the memento. Now we will break for the lunch. The lunch will be served in the auditorium situated parallel to the Senate Hall. The session 6 will resume at 1:55 p.m. sharp.
Good afternoon all. We'll continue with the academic sessions. I invite Dr. Raghu N., Director, Center for Materials for Electronics Technology, CMET, for the presentation.
A very good afternoon. It's indeed very difficult to start the session after a sumptuous lunch. I will try my level best to confine to the given time. Thanks to the organizers for giving us an opportunity to be present over here. Ours is a research and development organization, DSAR certified, coming under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Leaving alone all the history and other things, directly coming to the subject, because we are we don't belong to this community, I'm sorry to say that. We are from electronic materials background. We are from material people. You may be wondering what this man has got to do with this particular topic. We try our level best from material, take it to the sensor, they make it in the form of a device. We put all electronics and software associated with it and come out with a product that is ready for the industries to take it. That is our mandate. And we try our level best to go up in the TRL level. I am not the expert. And in this value chain, we are at the very beginning of that, where we concentrate on the research and development. We take it up to the preclinical stage and then help the industries and the associated people to take it to the clinical trials and to the market. So I would like to present, of course, our institution is, as I mentioned, is working on electronic materials, which we are supposed to develop indigenous materials for our strategic sectors like ISRO, defense, and atomic energy. We do have certain research aspects that deal with the health sector. That is the aspect I thought I will present it over here with the 6 devices that we have developed and in the process of being developed. The first one that I'm talking about is about the wearable device that can at least predict for a mass screening out of in a community level, how many of them need to be taken to a higher level of investigation. So this device is one of the most simplest that you can have. We developed this sensor material that senses accurately the temperature, which has got a beautiful response time. And with that thing, with CDAC at Trivandrum and with Malabar Cancer Center, they are our clinical trial partners in this particular work. So we developed this device, which is, the innerwear every lady wears. So we put our sensors there, and the clinician need to know nothing about this device. All they need to know about is it's a simple thing. It just requires 15 minutes, no pain, nothing. It just maps and tells you not only two-dimensionally, it gives you an idea about in which quadrant the lesion is present, but we have also developed the 3D, this one. So actually, if you really look at it, we transferred this technology to a multinational company, which is Murata Business Engineering India Private Limited, way back in 2019, because the entire device is less than 500 rupees at our level. So whatever we develop, we see that it is cost effective, and we make sure that right from the material all to the putting the electronics, software, device construction, everything we take care. We have an Indian and a US patent. In spite of ourselves making this technology and transferring in 2019, still the product has not reached the masses, mainly because of various constraints. I will also explain that. They said that, fine, but your device is excellent. People are happy with having used it. They did extensive trial across northeastern region, various districts of that. and right at Kannur as well as at Hyderabad and Akola at Maharashtra. The issues were reporting system was not available. So we developed the three-dimensional analysis of that so that we are able to pinpoint where is the feasible location of that XYZ coordinate of the lesion, the blood transfusion rate and other things, parameters that are required to differentiate and say that, yes, this person requires extra care than the rest of the crowd. Having developed that, then the bottleneck came that we started with the CDAC technology, but when they took the DAC, that is a data acquisition system, the components are not available in India. That was the problem. So we are material people. We have nothing to do with electronics. We have nothing to do with software. We have nothing to do with technology. But the one that drives is the passion of our scientists. For this particular technology, Dr. Seema has got the presidential award as well as the award from the hands of the Prime Minister. I'm proud to say this in this crowd. We are just 3 kilometers away from this remote location. This multi-channel DAC technology was also developed and then has been handed over. And how we take care of the process of helping people in the clinical trials is, first, whenever we develop a product, we ensure that it is indigenous or the components are available, number one. Number two, we go for the patent. We take Indian, US, or wherever it is required, the other countries as well. As we transfer it, we also look for what are all the certifications required to qualify as a product. It might be an ISO or it might be an IEC standards. We go through that. Then the company has taken the DGHS because this is coming under non-regulated item. So they have given the NOC for them to do the clinical as well as the medical trials. So this technology has also been transferred to another company. The offshoot of having developed such a fast response thermal sensor, you might be wondering that what is this? Is such a simple device. But how many of you know that lakhs and lakhs of these items are being imported even today from China and Taiwan, and it is not being produced in India? The simple reason being, every component that you see there, it's just not available in India. So we have to ensure that it is locally made. So we have done that. Where it is not feasible for us to go for IP, we go for design registration so that we have the complete protection of the IP. And thanks to the first KMTC meeting, which was held at Malabar Cancer Center, we had an interaction with the BPL Medical Technologies, and they had approached us, and they are taking this technology. This technology will be transferred very soon. And the challenges they posed with us are entirely different. Two different aspects they looked at. They came, tested everything, and said that, can you make your response time to this level? Then only we will have market. So we have to work for that. We did that. The second was the most important one. My production cost at my place comes to 250 rupees. And they said that, can you make it for 40 rupees? And my scientists have taken the challenge and have delivered it. I'm happy to say that. The third product that I'm bringing into your hand is a simple device. It's a wearable wristwatch kind of a thing that if within a minute, you get a complete picture of your pulse waveform, which I find, most of the clinicians, you may be knowing better than me. And I understand that, for example, in Ayurveda and all, the Vata, Pitta, and whatever is, everything depends on the pulse and the pulse wave. So you may not have now the experienced kind of Ayurvedic physicians that you had in those good old days. So now our machine can tell precisely what sort of signals are coming out of your pulse. So the same thing. So if these are all at the developmental stage, we have done the design registration is in process. We have already done the ISO required for this particular thing, essentially for the cytotoxicity and skin irritation, and we will go for the clinical trials. The next product is about the ECG monitoring. It is a very simple device. You don't have to remove your shirt, nothing. You don't have 12 electrodes touching, itching your skin, nothing. All you to do is to put two of your fingers on the device at the, at this position, whatever you call it, two of the electrodes are already touching. And this is also fully developed right from the material to the device. And these are all IoT devices. The data can be transferred to wherever you would like to. And we have the design registration. We have done already for the cytotoxicity and the skin irritation test. And we will definitely go for the entire device for the IEC and clinical trials. The another thing that we are developing along with MCC and NILIT at Calicut, which is an autonomous institution like us, is trying to replace the ultrasound probe, because NILIT Calicut has already developed indigenous ultrasound machine, but the heart of it, the one that actually gives the acoustic signal, has not been made by them. It is being imported. So we said that we will make it indigenous. We are on the job, and material development is over. The next stage, we will do the trials. This work, again, we collaborated with RGCB at Trivandrum, wherein we developed a simple sensor for food pathogen detection. Whether whatever food you are taking is good or bad, we will come to know within a fraction of a minute, so that you will know whether it contains E. coli or whatever you call it, a variety of bacteria. It can easily detect it. That is one thing. The best part is that such devices are available, which are extremely costly. And what we have made is low cost, portable, use and throw. The sensor, you use it and throw it, no problem. That kind of cheaper versions is what we have come out with. And the same device, we are now extending it for a variety of applications. One such is with Malabar Cancer Center for HPV detection for cervical cancer. This is what, as I saw some KSUM person here. Yeah, we got the second prize along with the MCC for this particular invention. Sir, kindly give us the money at the earliest. We want to see that the product comes before I superannuate. The cancer biomarker is this one, and snake venom. This is, if now as on date, if somebody gets a snake bite, nobody knows, and the reactions happen after 24 hours, and you don't know the situation. So we have tested it, validated it. This is incubation, this one, which is available at the Sri Chitrathirunal. Their company is there, Indriya Biologics. So we have worked with them. We have done the pre-clinical studies with them. We are very happy. They will take this technology from us. Thank you so much for the given opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights.
Sorry that it took more time.
I request Dr. Anup, Assistant Professor, KUHS, to present the memento. Next, I invite Dr. Jairaj PV, Assistant Professor, NIT, Kozhikode, for the presentation. I invite Dr. Jairaj PV, Assistant Professor, NIT, Kozhikode, for the presentation.
Hi, good afternoon all. Dignitaries of the dais. Yeah, so myself, first of all, thanks for giving me this opportunity, Shaji sir and Bijoy sir. Yeah, so I am Jairaj from NIT Calicut. The past 13 years, I'm working as a assistant professor there. So before joining this, I was a software engineer at Motorola. So though I am from NIT Calicut, my house is very nearby here, Velapaya, just 1 or 2 kilometers away. Okay. Yeah, today I'll be giving a presentation on design of a biomedical device for primary screening of cervical cancer. I'll be talking more on engineering aspect. I don't know how many of you digest that. Yeah, first about NIT Calicut and computer science department in NIT. Then AI activity. Yeah, primarily I'm into artificial intelligence research. So we have a tech club called AI Club. I'll be talking about that. Then primarily into the design of the biomedical device, basically the hardware of it and the neural networks and AI development in it. Yeah, so this is NIT Calicut. I think I invite all of you to come there and you can witness our labs over there. Then computer science department, from the left, the white churidar, she is the current HOD, Dr. Shubhashri Madam, who is working in computational geometry. Yeah, this is the last KMTC, second KMTC meeting, which was held at NIT Calicut. You can see Kumar sir also there. And we did an MOU with KMTC also last time. You can see our director, Prasad Krishna sir, sitting in the center. AI activities at NIT Calicut. Yeah, so AI is termed as new electricity. So earlier electricity had transformed many industries like transportation, etc. Now AI is equally doing it, especially health industry and transportation, etc. So with a group of passionate students, researchers, faculty members, so we formed a technical club at NIT Calicut named AI Club. Yeah, you can visit this URL, and I am acting as the faculty in charge of that AI Club. So our current AI research in computer science department, we have collaboration with the Government Medical College Calicut. Yeah, especially with Santosh Kuriakose sir, we derived this biomedical device for early detection of cervical cancer. Then we are also doing something with urology department, Dr. Rajivan sir, then radiology, then also with cardiology, Dr. Rajesh HOD. Yeah, and with MBR Cancer Center, so we derived an auto contouring station using AI. So we patented that also. Then yeah, this is LINAC, they oftenly take CBCT. So we try to convert the CBCT to FBCT level for planning purpose. And with KMCT Medical College, we gave a proposal to ICMR, early detection of type 2 diabetes. This is in women in Malabar region with Dr. Baidullah, HOD of pharmacology. Yeah, coming straight away to my design. So the biomedical device for the primary screening of cervical cancer. So this work I have done in collaboration with Dr. Santosh Kuriakose, who is an associate professor in gynecology department. So as most of you know, cervical cancer is the fourth most occurring disease in women globally. In India, the third most common. And the main cause is human papillomavirus. Early detection of this is very difficult. Why? Because in the beginning stage, there are no specific symptoms is shown. So you can see the typical cervical image. In fact, as I'm from engineering stream, so I don't know, it's not wise to show all these things to you. So the transformation zone, which is shown in there, this is our main area. So yeah, the rightmost one, you can see even, yeah, speculum, means VAA. We basically focusing in VAA, visual inspection with acetic acid. The view inside the speculum, you can see. Yeah, the methods of detection, the cervical cancer, generally people go for pap smear, LCB, colposcopic images. Yeah, we are focusing only in visual inspection with acetic acid, VAA. So these tests are done by experts. So high false rate for detection due to human error, intra and inter-observer variability is a main problem. So possible solution is to augment this with machines help. So take photographs. We are calling it as cervigrams. So VAA, so health worker performs VAA test by applying freshly prepared 4% acetic acid and wait for 1 minute. So it will be positive when if an acetylate area is seen in the transformation zone. Okay. Yeah. So this de facto standard in India, it was this AV Magni visualizer, which was derived by Dr. Aditya Parashari, a scientist in ICMR. So this is basically an optical device, an analog device. There is a halogen bulb inside in it, which will create a lot of heat also. And there is a magnification lens through which they can visualize it. But it's producing heat and it's obsolete now. It went into museum. Yeah. So I got a chance to invite Parashari to NIT Calicut. So in 2019, and Dr. Parashari and Santosh Kuriakose, we discussed this and we thought of deriving a biomedical device using AI for live insurancing. That's my main theme. So designing an electron, but the main challenges were designing an electronic circuitry, then developing an AI module for it. So the main threat was dataset. So Santosh sir provided only me 100 plus 100, 200 datasets. Rest of the datasets we derived from a well-known repository called Kaggle. So I don't know how many of you know that, but the problem of the photographs from Kaggle was all photographs were of high dimension, 3000 into 3000 pixel, but all our convolutional neural network require only 255 into 255 size. So finding the ROI and cutting it and passing it to classifier was very much required. So our first invention was that we created our own object detector called efficient center det, and we also cleaned the data. Why? Because the data available, even it contained, because basically endoscopic camera they are using. So even the figure of means a finger, mobile phone, etc. All these pictures are also present. So they'll create outlier. That's what machine learning uses this term. So that's why our another attempt was removing cleaning it. Okay, so this is the design of the electronic circuit we came up with. We use Raspberry Pi board basically. Then you can see the lens, LED, and this is basically the topmost one is a colposcope, and the LCD screen, a battery. Yeah, and this is the AI we applied in this pipeline. You can see because we were getting very few photographs. That's why the first photograph we got it from Kaggle. We utilized it for pre-training. Then the rest of the photographs we got from MCH, Medical College Calicut Hospital. We utilized and we fine-tuned it, and we finally got the model, and this is finally working on the device. So I told you deep cleaner because some of the photographs were even fingers and mobile phones, etc. Removing that, we created some error pattern. So that's why this few shot learning technique using which we prepared a deep cleaner. So and we published this, and later our object detector, you can see the two-stage architecture. First stage is a ROI cropper, second stage is a classifier. So this is the main architecture of this efficient center det, which is our object detector. So this is the final classifier, which has many convolution layer, max pooling layer, and finally the flattening and giving into a dense layer. So this is the model accuracy we obtained, and some of the loss curve and accuracy curves you can see. And this work also got published in a Wiley journal. And this is the total device. So we patented this. So we filed for a utility patent with Santosh sir, and Aditya Parashari also included in this. So, and we designed this, the beautiful portion is this, we designed this case also. So in an IT indigenously, we developed this because we have a 3D printer there. So this is the evolution, and we applied for this design patent for this. Yeah, so that's about this, and I can show you this.
Thank you, sir.
This was a device what Aditya Parashari gave me, because it's an optical device, it was a bulb in it. So there is a magnification lens and nothing in it, it's an analog device. Whereas this one, we 3D printed. So basically this has a 8 GB RAM in it, which can carry this AI which we developed. And we have an LCD screen here, a camera here. So
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Binoj, Dean Academic, KUHS, to present the memento. Next, I invite.
So once again, thanks for the opportunity.
Next, I invite Dr. Sriraj, Associate Professor, School for Fundamental Research in Ayurveda, KUHS, for the presentation.
Good afternoon to the august audience present here. School of Fundamental Research in Ayurveda is the Ayurvedic research school of Kerala University of Health Science, situated at Tripunithura. And I would like to present the glimpse of activity happening there. The School of Fundamental Research Ayurveda was established in 2017, and the mission is to develop and elaborate the traditional knowledge base of Ayurveda through evidence-based and interdisciplinary research objectives, and to conduct high-quality research in conformity with international standards and strengthening and deepening the theoretical foundations of Ayurveda through the interdisciplinary approach, and to serve as a national center for doctoral and postdoctoral studies as well as physicians in traditional practices and validation and standardization of Ayurvedic medicine and the therapeutic procedure. The activities include research, documentation, publishing, training of the doctors, and research areas. Our thrust areas are fundamental and pedagogical research, medicinal plants research, and pharmaceutical research and clinical researches. And these are the projects completed under SFRI. As of now, SFRI, the structure is completed, but the functional modules are getting activated. So we parallelly started the research work, and most of them were literary work and also collaborative research works. And these are the projects completed. And although all of the projects were funded by Kerala University of Health Sciences, and we have 12 departments in our DPR, and as of now, only one is functional and other is getting other two departments are will be come up within 3 months. And we have 17 laboratories as per DPR. And now in the first phase, we have basic science lab, including computational biology and network biology. And second one is our clinical laboratory, and third one is phytochemistry lab. And all those will be commissioned within 3 months' time. And we have a collaboration MOU signed with Duisburg University of Germany. And we are in talks with other premier institutes in Kerala like NIST, KUFOS, KUSAT, likewise, to have collaboration and collaborative researches. And these are the projects completed. And one of the important projects we have finished is structured database of PG dissertations in Kerala. It is the research database of PG works done under different Ayurveda college, maybe a unique one as far as the Kerala University of Health Science is concerned. Then these are the continuation of the projects completed. And we have published this much number of books. And also we have MPhil in translational Ayurveda, and MPhil in sports Ayurveda will begin in this academic year. And also we have conducted more than 40 programs from 2000 onwards. And our clinical research, major 3 projects now we are doing is working with is, one is Project AMA. AMA is the term for kind of beginning of the phase of pathological progression. And as per Ayurveda, almost all the diseases were associated with AMA. So now we are assessing the AMATO of a patient by subjecting on a subjective basis, and we are trying to develop a kit, a testing kit to find out whether the person having AMA is by an approach. We are approaching the AMA by considering it as a pro-inflammation, and TNF, IL-1 and IL-6 will be tested, and the work is underway. And then next one is Project Acne, and acne is generally from gross digestion of Jadaragni to the cellular digestion of Hudatni, the terms are in Sanskrit. And so we are trying to assess the acne state of the person, because if there is a diminished acne, that will lead to AMA and to the disease as per Ayurveda. So we are trying to find out the acne state of the person. Then Project Diabetes Mellitus, in which we assess the prakriti of the person. Prakriti is the genotype-based phenotype of a person, and we develop dietary patterns, trying to develop dietary patterns and food supplements using iron nutrigenomics from the output of this research, and to identify the relation between microbiome and prakriti, specifically to diabetes mellitus. And thank you, and I'm grateful to my former professor and director, Dr. Sudhima sir, for his immense contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Rajmohan V, Professor, School for Public Health Studies, KUHS, to present the memento. I request Rajmohan sir to continue with the session.
This is a short discussion about the schools. One of the 2 schools you have already gone through, School of Family Health Studies and also School of Fundamental Research in Ayurveda. And this is one of the schools, the School of Public Health at Trivandrum. Originally, it was School of Health Policy and Planning Studies. Later on, an expert committee looked into the mandate of the school and requested to restructure it. And as per that restructuring, which was approved by the governing council of the university, it is now School of Public Health. Basically, we have two departments. One is Department of Epidemiology and other one is Department of Policy Studies. We are basically doing epidemiology teaching and learning. I'm actually an epidemiologist, basically. So there we are conducting an MPhil clinical epidemiology course and planning to conduct a MBH also, Master of Health Science in Public Health. So the most of the activities are related to policy relevant research. We have three. So the basic mandate of the school, as per the statute and the regulatory support of the university, it is mentioned about the schools, development of the school. This is staffing of the school, and we have a very basic staff only, and the building also is now being finished, and we are expecting the inauguration next month. So basically, we have finished the one project that is about the family health study. It was about 2 years back we have conceived that project. Then there are three important policy areas. One is breastfeeding, because as you all know, breastfeeding is the no-cost intervention and it contributes to the infant mortality reduction. So as per most of the surveys, the rates are far from satisfactory. So we have developed a project to know the determinants of lactation failure and how to promote breastfeeding. That project is going on. Family health study we have finished. And human resource study is actually a continuation of the perspective plan document of the university. This looks into a situation appraisal of the present human resources in health sciences in quality and quantity, and also projected requirements for the future. Then infant mortality reduction is also an important area, a flagship area of the government and the society. So we are looking into the infant mortality reduction and also the process of mortality information capture, because now the mortality information comes from different sources, from the civil registration system, from the sample survey. So we want to improve how to go totally digital. That is the project. These three projects are going on very well. One project has been completed and we had about 4 publications out of that project. Other activities, actually there is a document we have made about COVID situation in Kerala, and that is available. That is out of the data from the dashboard. Then research consultations to many who approached to us, and other universities research support. This is a COCUDO documentation. Actually, yesterday a planning board madam was asking us to do a dissemination, because this is only document available now. This is not a perfect one, because as you know, the information about COVID is every day changing. It's very difficult to capture it and to limit it to a document. But still we tried it, and thanks for all support. Dr. Suma is here. A team worked on it. We don't vouch that it is a perfect one, but it is continuing. Our work is continuing. Now we have more different priorities like long COVID. We may work on it, continue our work on it. This is the family health study. This is also an important study. I hope Dr. Geeta may continue her efforts on looking to this study and developing some questions in Kerala context. Because family is, as you all know, it is the key through which all healthcare delivery is being provided. Unfortunately, it's a neglected thing, because family incapacity is one of the need of the day. We have done a study. It is not actually a study proper. It is a report on gender. We have collected gender disaggregated data and also the requirements, needs. And this is as per the gender-based violence is increasing in Kerala. That is called the gender paradox, in spite of the formal educational achievements. So that also we have looked into. And now we have submitted a small project, research project on the legacy waste management, burning issues. It is a burning issue in our states. I think that also we will undertake. Thank you very much for your patient listening. We are not doing any device-based research. We have completed one randomized clinical trial. Actually, it is not a device-based, it's a procedure-based, because intramuscular injection after aspiration and non-aspiration, that were the comparative arms.
That we have finished and is under publication. This is actually basically by the MPhil students. We have told MPhil students mostly after MD. And most of them are working clinician. It is basically on clinical epidemiology. Policy studies we are doing, and we are conducting short certificate courses on that. Basically for faculty updating in epidemiology and policy studies. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Let me now invite Baiju NB sir, Scientist E, CDAC Thiruvananthapuram for the presentation.
Working in health technology group of CDAC Thiruvananthapuram. Mr. Deepak, my colleague, is also with me. CDAC is a premier R&D organization under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology for doing R&D activities on IoT, electronics and associated areas. And we are having around more than 3,000 employees. We are having presence of CDAC in around 12 locations across India. I'm from CDAC Thiruvananthapuram, and I'm working in health technology group. Apart from health technology group, we are having various areas of expertise in Thiruvananthapuram, mainly broadband and wireless systems, real-time control systems, cyber security and forensics, intelligent transportation system, hardware design and embedded systems, emergency response system, power electronics, strategic electronics, and education and training. In healthcare, we do research and development of medical devices, systems, and software solutions. And also we do R&D with focus on indigenization of technologies. And we have collaborative R&D. And we also do transfer of technology to industry and startups. Moreover, we do exclusive technology development to meet the requirements of industry. And we are also a total solution provider for government institutions to deliver various healthcare solutions. And in our healthcare area, the main thrust areas are medical device and systems, imaging and AI applications, BCA and assistive technologies, treatment planning and simulation systems, mobile telemedicine and EMR systems, tele-veterinary systems, and we are having a stack of technologies to implement these thrust areas. And here I am focusing on the challenges faced by CDAC in clinical trials of in-house developed medical solutions. So before going to that, we are just providing a few solutions developed by CDAC. We have developed an indigenous system for automated screening of cervical cancer using AI, robotics, and cloud technologies in collaboration with RCC Thiruvananthapuram. The service scan, the system known as the service scan, it offers the technology assistance for systematic pap smear test with improved screening efficiency to assist the pathologist. For their improvement, in order to increase the throughput, we are providing the total indigenous solutions. We are in this system. We are having an end-to-end. We are having a stack of 7 products from sample processing to the analysis. So you can see that the first, normally we will be collecting for a cervical screening, we will be going for a pap smear test. For that, we will be collecting the samples. Then once the samples are collected, we need to we are preparing a monolayer for analyzing the samples. For that, we also develop cytocentrifuge, indigenously developed the cytocentrifuge. We are named it as cytospin along with its components also. Then once the monolayer samples is prepared, next is to stain the pap smear slide. For that, we are also developed an indigenous system for automated staining of the pap smear slide. Once it is stained, next we are digitizing the pap smear slide to create an digital slide of pap smear. So for that, we are also developed an indigenous system for digitizing in a higher magnification of the pap smear slide, where we will be getting a number of images, and we will be stitching the image to provide a digital slide so that it can be deployed to the cloud, and the pathologists from anywhere in India with the use of internet, they can digitally analyze using their systems from their in hospitals or from their home, they can analyze the slide and give reports. And the system is validated in more than 10,000 patient cases. And it is, apart from RCC, it is also undergone multi-central trials in BBCI Guwahati, NSC Noida, RCC Agartala. And in line with the cervical cancer screening, we are also having developing an oral cancer screening system in collaboration with Malabar Cancer Center, Thalassery, and RCC Tirunelveli. And apart from this microscopy image analysis, we have the fundus image analysis known as Drashti, where we do AI analysis for retinal images for finding diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, and associated malignancies. And we also have radiology imaging solutions like CAD for mammogram, then chest X-ray analysis in collaboration with various institutes. And in collaboration with Sriyitra, we have brain computing and signal processing projects where we do detect seizure prediction, patient-specific seizure prediction using analyzing EEG. And we have validated the system software for around 36 patients' EEG data. And we also have quantitative EEG analysis to detect the patterns of memory dysfunction using EEG microstate analysis. And currently, we are also developing BCA-based assistive communication system for neuro ICU patients using EEG data to help to assist the patients. And apart from this, we have image processing simulation and visualization products also. We are also part of the first MRI machine development where we do the software and signal processing systems. And we have the 3D simulation like maxillofacial surgery planning and simulation system where the application has validated at AIIMS New Delhi. Then we have the Srishti, that is the 3D simulation software, 3D reconstruction simulation software. And we also follow the clinical validation approaches like feasibility study, pilot study, then observation studies, and benchmarking with the gold standards, deployment at hospitals, clinical trials, analysis and reports. Then the challenges what we face is across these project development, there is a lack of, some of the hospitals is not having the project coordination cell, which can assist in a for doing easiness of the multi-centric in the clinical trials. Then as said in the panel discussion, that is the streamlining of ethical clearance. Since when we go for a multi-centric trials, then the centralization of ethical committee clearance is helping. Otherwise, we need to go for multiple ethical committees. Then since we are doing projects related with the states community, then we have to store the data or the application at state data center where we require huge amount of maybe GPU processing capability as well as the huge data storage capability. Since for mass population screening, that is also a requirement. Then sometimes we need to deploy the solutions at various remote places where connectivity is a problem in various hospitals. Then since for multi-centric styles,
so your time is up. So if you can just quickly summarize.
Yeah. Then transportation, then sample adequacy, then consultancy, the device certification process, that also it's very, very challenging. Like we need to have an awareness and consultations. So this is, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Mercy PJ, Associate Professor, Academic Staff College, KUHS, to present the memento. Now I invite Dr. Sajeevan TP, Professor, Department of Marine Biology, CUSAT, for the presentation.
Good afternoon. And I myself, Dr. Sajeevan, professor in marine biology. You may wonder why a marine biologist here in this auditorium. I am representing Cochin University of Science and Technology, and the university asked me to showcase the work being done at Cochin University. And with me, my colleagues, Professor Shailaja, Professor Judy, and Professor Saju, probably he will be coming. And I will be showcasing or explaining the work being done at Cochin University. And most of the works is not related to me. I may be a layman, but I'll try to communicate the science behind it. So first of all, thank you for giving an opportunity to be here. Though we don't have a dedicated biomedical research department or center in Cochin University, we have various departments and faculty members trying to address some of the pertinent problem associated with the health issues. The thrust area we have identified, and these thrust areas are only for this audience, and we have other areas when it comes to university, but in comes to an auditorium like this, the thrust area we have identified are one is a regenerative medicine and biomaterials and theranostics, where we have a combinatorial approach for tissue engineering and regeneration medicine, and I will be discussing a little bit in the coming slides. And rehabilitation engineering, where we have assistive devices to help the disabled persons. Then we have AI-based. We have just seen 2-3 presentation before. We have seen how AI can help you in disease diagnosis. So we have a strong team working on AI-based image, medical image and imaging and diagnosis. And again, we have assistive healthcare devices, and we have a strong team, which is drug discovery and drug delivery, where I personally contribute in this drug discovery and drug delivery, especially from marine environment. So coming to the other the area which we projected here, we have a regenerative medicine and biomaterials theranostics center, or a center or a lab run by Professor Shailaja. And she and her team is mainly focusing on tissue engineering, nanomedicine, fluorescent materials, metal organic frameworks, radio-opaque materials, antibacterial substances, which is impregnated in the scaffold, and drug delivery systems. And coming to some of the important work or published or patented by Shailaja and her team. They have developed a radio-opaque material, which is an excellent visible suture having antimicrobial metabolites or compounds impersonated into it. So it's easily biodegradable, and it is obtained from a plant-based material, the agave, that's a plant name. And she also developed some of the fluorescent material, which can be used for biological imaging and optical applications. And her team is also involved in tissue re-engineering. And you can see some of the slides here, wherein which we have a tissue regeneration happen. This is an in vivo experiment conducted with the scaffold, a chemical natural polymer or a chemical polymer, into which they have they impersonated or phytocolloid some materials from the plant that's called scissors. And that one is helping the osteogenesis or inducing the bone formation. This is a 3 months after treating in live animal. They have come to know that the bone formation is complete. So this was patented or filed and published in recently. And they have also moldable bone graft and injectable scaffolds. And they have also developed a combinatorial therapy in which scaffold is helping to release the drug, and it is a treatment first, then it help in the osteogenesis or bone formation. There is another team which there's a physics department. In fact, this is a Professor Riju Isaac of physics, and Dr. Aldrin is working on this one. And I just showcased that they have the capacity to do 2-photon polymerized 3D microstructure for tissue regeneration. And they have developed a scaffold, and they have tested its cytotoxicity or activity, and there is no cytotoxic property. So it's a non-cytotoxic, so it's a tissue compatible. And again, drug delivery comes to the next point. They have developed, again, it's a Shailaja, they have developed a highly lightweight ferrogel, which having the cancer therapeutics in it, and also it is submitted for patent. Again, comes to the physics department, they have a very good Raman spectroscopy, and I think some students are already here. And I may fail because this is a core physics is there, so I may not be able to explain the concept behind it. But what I understood is that it helped to amplify the smallest signal by the Raman scattering, and to help to dictate cancer cells or cell imaging or even peptide, pesticide detection is possible. I will complete in 1-2 minutes, please. So again, there are biotechnology department where they're working on Alzheimer's disease, and they have a Parkinson treatment option. I mean, basically, they have developed a cell replacement therapy for Parkinson disease. And they have constructed by using a femtosecond laser. We have a femtosecond laser facility in our campus. With that, they have developed a scaffold for fabrication, the tissue engineering. And we have a strong team, as I said, AI-based visual or image processing. Dr. Judy is there, and Dr. Madhu S. Nair was also working. They have some synchronized. You will find some similar aspects. Breast cancer diagnosis, prostate cancer diagnosis, retinal disease. And they have also assistive system for deaf patients with the help of AI tool, a glaucoma detection. And they have got a new project on autism detection by just visual capturing the images. And they have, I will skip all these things, some of the recent projects, ongoing projects approved for funding. And I will come to some of the slides which is presented by School of Engineering department. They have quoted the surgical material with the oxide, black oxide, so it helped reducing the glare during the operation procedures. So this is the last one, maybe my subject, which I'm working on the marine natural products or marine actinomycet drug discovery, and where I collaborate with the CDRI, Center of Drug Research Institution. And we have some promising lead molecules from actinomycets, and we are working toward that. And we also have another lead that is a UV protective compounds obtained from marine sponges, fungi, aspergillus. And the UV profile is as good as or equal to the avobenzone. Avobenzone, you all know, is a metabolic compound, chemical compound present in the sunscreen lotion, and it is having some drawbacks that it is a photo stability is less. So we are trying to replace how good the terrogenone, our metabolite, is that in replacing the avobenzone, because it shows good photo stability. So with that, I summarize, and these are the facilities we have, and we have a good number of collaborators. Thank you very much for patient listening. If you have any specific question, I think faculty members can answer it. If there is another question, I can answer that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. C. Padmakumar, Special Officer, Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, to present the memento. Next is a panel discussion with experts on the topic Practical Challenges in Conducting Clinical Research Trials. For moderating this session, I call upon Dr. Satishan Balasubramanian, Director, Malabar Cancer Center, Talasheri. Dr. Satishan Balasubramanian is a surgical oncologist with expertise in bone and soft tissue malignancies, gynecologic and colorectal cancers, and urologic cancers.
Yeah, may I request Dr. Anju and Dr. Sanjay and Dr. Suma. Yeah. Please come on. Do some practical challenges. Sanjay. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, then I don't know. I will Suma and Anju. Yeah. And Dr. Abhish Santosh. Dr. Yeah. May I have the pleasure of introducing the panelists. Dr. Abhi Santosh Apram is an Associate Vice Principal in the R&D Division of HLR Lifecare Limited. And that Anju Goban, we have already seen her in the morning, and she's a Medical Director, IQVIA. Then Dr. Suma, Madam is a Director in Filarial Research Unit, WHO Collaborative Center, and she is the ex-principal of TD Medical College. So before going into the panel discussion, I just wanted to put few rules in place. One, we would like to have a very precise answer. And another thing is that this is not only confined to our panelists, but also the audience can also participate. And this is not in a very exclusive, the presentation, discussion, because how I got this, the major problems the clinicians face. And through this is my own, I just put the question to my clinicians and my institution and to give their, their opinion, what are the challenges they face in clinical. So based on that, and I've selected those except leaving out those institutional specific issues. Then one more thing before going into how many clinicians are here. Okay, it's actually a very heterogeneous crowd. I don't know how much we'd be able to enthuse the other people, but it is also a major problem. I'll just come to one of the crux of the problem, because today we are talking about the medical technology, medical devices, and how the clinical trials are to be conducted. And one of the major complaints we receive from the techno group is that because physicians are averse to do clinical trials, because whenever they don't have a platform to conduct clinical trials, so then I think there should be some problem with the clinicians why they are not able to do it. So let me get into my, the discussion today. And so these are the panelists which already, Dr. Sanjeev could not join us. So the major challenges, what I got from the discussion with my colleagues is that one, the reluctance or disinterest of medical professionals. That's a very common topic which is discussed among, other than medical professionals, because many times we get the complaint that the doctors, especially in medical colleges, major institutions, they are reluctant to do clinical trials, clinical studies. And so that is which is actually preventing the growth. Second thing, infrastructure and support system. Third one is the regulatory restrictions. Is it actually a restriction or it is a regulatory facilitation? Then community and public perceptions and environment. There is a very common problem whenever we talk about clinical trials in Kerala. We say that some controversy. It's easier to put that guinea pig and this is misused and all those things. So naturally, many people do not want to get into troubles. So let me with these four domains, and this is not an exclusive domain. There are a lot of other things which probably during our discussion we can bring in. And let me first go to Dr. Sanjeev is not there. So this is open to all the clinicians here. Is it okay? Shall I put it to clinicians, because we don't have any clinician other than Dr. Anju, but now we are no longer, Madam is also, yeah, then I will put it to Madam. That's easier. So reluctance and disinterest of medical professionals. Madam, this is a few things which I got the points. One, lack of dedicated time for research for the PIs if it's a clinician, because clinician has to do, especially in medical colleges and teaching institutions, they have to do clinical work, they have to do teaching and some administrative work. And apart from this, and they don't have time to do research. So lack of dedicated time. Then they feel that this is an additional burden. Third one is a lack of adequately trained support staff. To make a project, everybody knows that to make a project is not easy. Because you'll have to, for example, writing a randomized clinical trial or a clinical trial, even phase 1, phase 2 clinical trial, it takes a lot of time. So for that, we need some support system. The lack of support from the administration. This is a very, very, very common complaint. Then funding support is again, it has been thrown up as major issues. The need for scientific writing and data analysis team, which the specialists, the specialty is not available in many of these institutions. So these are some of the problems which have been pointed out to me. So, Madam, you'd like to take it,
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sadish. Yes, the first thing which you said is the reluctance from the part of the clinician. So I am a clinician. I had the fortune to start or be part of the clinical trial from when I was a house surgeon. That was from Dr. Professor V.C. Matthew Royce's research unit. And so that inclination was there. But the main part is, suppose we talk about medical college faculty, there are any medical college faculty is supposed to do teaching, clinical patient care, as well as research and some administrative also. And now the patient load In patient load in any medical college is numerous, and there are a lot of things to be done. And many people say that they don't get time to do research. That is, as you said, the dedicated time to do the research. So, but the thing is that even in our institutions, in the government institutions, there is a lack of what is called as a research culture. But I feel that with all these things, it could be developed, because there should be we should know the importance of it. Because when you do the patient care also, you may think that what else is there, what else can be done in a better way so that there will be a positive results. So in spite of this, research may be possible and research could be done, but in all of our medical colleges, when you start an OP, it may go up to 4 o'clock. And then there is, people say there is no time for research. So there could be some help from the administrative side also. That is also lacking, because nobody in the top believes in research, or may not be supporting much for the research. So everything you have suggested are true in the medical colleges, and we can find out solutions also. Suppose the person is sitting at the hem of affairs in the administrative, suppose they are also clinically or research oriented, they will be able to support the people, other people also. So that part of support is there. Then in medical colleges, probably that even starting from a common cold is the OP population, which we usually see, because I worked as a professor in head of department of medicine. So a lot of the people who have to go to the primary healthcare will be coming to the medical college. So the referral system in the medical college would be one which will be helping, because number of patients will be only the referred patients are there, and you may be able to spend dedicated time over this space. But I'm not saying that with all these factors you can never do research. But suppose the person is inspired to do a research with many factors included, they'll be able to do research also. But I agree that these are all the things are there in the government medical colleges. Yeah.
May I get some opinion from the floor also, from clinicians?
Yeah, so can I just add to what Dr. Suma said?
Yeah.
What she said is exactly right, that we have this huge patient load and we have a lack of a research culture and dedicated time. Apart from that, there is very poor interaction among departments. So now we say we want to collaborate with engineering colleagues from veterinary science, but within the medical college itself, there are very limited opportunities for interaction between departments. That is one thing. And the other thing is, once you submit a research project, for example, you have taken a year or maybe 6 months to write the project, okay? And you are in a government medical college. You submit it, it takes about a year to know whether it's going to be accepted or not. And then at the end of it, it takes another, say 6 months to 1 year for the funding to come. And at the end of that, you don't know where you're going to be. So you might be submitting it in Calicut, but by the time your proposal is accepted, you may be in Trivandrum or Alapur, and it's very difficult. So that is one thing. And also this lack of collaborative meetings or collaborative opportunities with basic science. That is also another huge problem, and this is it's a great opportunity. Once we have basic science collaboration, there is no end to what we can achieve. So stability is one thing that we would really want.
Yeah.
Apart from other.
So do you think, what Mr. Padumar and team are doing exactly this, just bringing in researchers, collaborators and all this, bring to a platform. But do you think that it's not enough, or probably the university can also take a lead in that and bring everybody together? Do you think the university could be a good platform?
I'm sure it can be.
Any other clinician, any other thoughts from your side? Practically.
So practically, one thing I'd see now that's changing is more and more of undergraduate students are coming up for research. I think catch them young should be the criteria. I mean, it's like you ask a clinician who has completed his training and is 5 years into practice to do research, he won't do research. But if that culture is started from MBBS first year onwards, and I think more and more students are nowadays coming up and more. If I'm asking a postgraduate student first to do a research, you won't do a research. But MBBS culture itself is changing, and I think that's a good trend towards that also.
Yeah. That's a very, very important thing. Actually, so you wanted to tell something?
See, when you look at the amount of data available in our institutions, it's actually huge, big data that's available. And it's a pity that it's not being properly utilized or disseminated. And as our VC has rightly said, creation of knowledge is the last thing that happens, but a lot of knowledge is out there. Now, one of the reasons, we have listed so many reasons which are very, very genuine. One of the other reasons which comes to my mind is a lack of incentivization and lack of initiation from higher authorities. Somebody who does a research throughout his life and another person who never reads a journal in his life gets the same type of privileges and accommodation in all the activities. So some amount of incentivization and initiation of these activities by higher authorities will definitely help. And that obviously is one area where the university can play a big role. People who are interested in research must, we are taking steps to promote them, but that should actually become more and more attractive. And that should happen at different levels, not only at the university levels, even at the institution levels. To be frank, we have large number of postgraduate students performing within inverted commas research as their thesis. Practically, most of them are not research. But if somebody does a genuine work, even that doesn't get appreciated. So that's a big area where administration as such can do a lot of things.
Yeah. So majorly 2 points. I think we can. One, catch them young. That is very, very important because if you look at the nursing curriculum, the researchers is very well. It is inculcated in the beginning itself. Actually, when I started my clinical trial, I hired only nurses. I took MSc nursing because I told my concept I'll give to them. They'll make a research proposal and bring it. Only thing I had to do is that expand it. So that was easy. So all my research associates were nurses because I know that getting an MBBS guy, no use to me because it's of no research. He doesn't know anything about it, leave alone MBBS, leave alone post-graduation. But that is a good thing, which I think now our curriculum is changing. So that will be something good. So shall we go to you want to tell?
No, I agree with that, the catch them young. Yes, there is a change happening. That is because of following the ICMR project for the students. Now, once they know it, they come up with many research projects on their own and later develop it with the support of faculty. From my medical college itself, I know that there are 42 research projects developed by the first years and second year students. And when you talk to them that this is one of the things which you have to do, that is being done. Then another thing from the university is that's part of the curriculum. The residents, the postgraduate students, they have to pass the course, basic biomedical research course, BBRC. If they have not passed out, then they will not get the results published. Sometimes the agency may be delayed in giving the certificates. Then the principal gives a affidavit that before the results are published, this certificate will be given. So they are learning that also, and even faculty has to do that. So there are opportunities coming up, and I'm not saying that it cannot be done, but we see a positive change now. Thank you.
Anyway, just adding to that, because it is clinical research is not everybody's cup of tea, because you need definitely a lot of interest in somebody may be an excellent clinician, but he may not be a good researcher. And similarly, so the concept of clinician research is coming up, where I think the people can dedicate themselves as a part-time, they can do clinician, and the part-time they can be researcher. So these concepts are coming up. And another thing is that dedicated time. Actually, I tell you a story, and when I was in Adyar, we are given a dedicated time to all the clinics. Same thing, Mrs. came up. So we said, okay, one particular day in a week, they can utilize only for research. But most of the time, that is the day they did all of the work except research. So then we stopped it. So that's again. Now, this is to Dr. Anju Gopan. And the infrastructure and support system is something which I think many of us don't, because developing a protocol is not easy. A clinician who has done all the clinical work in the morning, then done teaching, then coming back at night and starting developing a protocol is difficult. So he may have a research question, but it has to be put up into a protocol. For that, you need some sort of support system. Second, another thing is that, as we said already, because we were not trained in clinical trials and how to design a research proposal. So capacity building. So this is another thing which has been put forward, because the need for capacity building, the lack of structured training in clinical trials, that is very important. Conducting clinical trials is very, very, very cumbersome, because the amount of paperwork that has to be done is extensive, and we have to be absolutely honest. Doing a clinical study and clinical research is a big responsibility, because whatever we put it across, that the data, if it is inaccurate, we are actually hurting a lot of people in future. So that is something which, then lack of guidance on regulatory aspect. Many times we find that if you just go and audit some clinical trials, we'll find a lot of errors there. The mainly thing, the person who is taking care of the clinical trial is unaware of regulatory requirements and what all things is needed. The lack of strong collaborative platform is already been pointed out. So Dr. Anju Gopan, because you have been into EQA for quite a long time, and you might have seen a lot of such problems during your career. So what are your takes and how do you think what could be the solution?
Yeah, thank you, sir. So like, the question you asked, I was sub-I also before in the RCC and the clinician. And then I came to this side. So to a certain extent, I know the cross-section of activities and issues. What Sir said, I always feel that, there's a large, huge data which is there in medical college, which is unused. And regarding the question directed to me, we need, like, from the clinician aspect, like, the physicians may not have enough time, enough expertise to do it. You have to have a team. When you're having bigger, most of the clinical trials happens in bigger institutes nowadays. You can collaborate with smaller institutes, supporting from the bigger institute where you have a clinical trial group with an expertise in it. Like, the Tata Memorial has, even RCC has to a certain extent, and some other institutes like Malabar Cancer Center. I was, ADR and all of them had a lot of evaluations and evolving in all these things. It's very happy to see that. For these protocol developments, we require who is expert in it. Like how we do is whenever, medics expertise is required. That we all had training. I was a clinician from there when I became sub-I itself and the medical coordinator, we had a lot of trainings in that. And also for the undergraduates, so said MBBS catching them, we can have a team who is trained in this clinical. Amrita and TMH all have trainings for that. We can send for shorter, medics can't have 2 years trainings. You can go for short fellowships and train your team accordingly in medical writing. Protocol development is by medical writers in our team with the inputs from medics and also from biostats. And that then goes into data management, because that reflects the data which we are going to capture, which has been kept. So all those design goes into data management. So initial protocol developments, the clinician alone can't develop. You need an expertise how it is to be written. Then regulatory has to accept the design, how the design has to be. So we need a specialized person in biostats, PKPD, initial ones, in oncology and all, we need PKPDs, preclinical data, how we are going to do those team we need, like pure research teams we need. And all this support you require for a clinical trial for a clinician. Like if I say oncology, it's very complex than the other. And if you don't have a team, it's very difficult to do the clinician alone, because you will be looking at the clinics, because we used to take time before clinics and after clinics and in between the clinics to take care of the research patients. So that's very difficult, but you need this who is expert in this, who develops it into the protocols and the designs and how it is going to reflect in the regulatory, somebody who can advise on the regulatory and the endpoints, everything you need, the endpoints, everything has to be very clearly mentioned. If you don't have a team, you can take advice from who are expert in it. I won't say CRO, we give advices, but still we have centers. Like I said, TMH has a center where there is regularly having, you can take advice, you can ask them, you can collaborate with them and see when we are developing this clinical trial unit or trials, can you have a training for our team on these aspects and train them? You can send for 3 months and 3 weeks to help develop protocol writing. And you have a team in it. You have to train it. You can't have 2 years or 3 years training for everybody. The team has to be trained for all the activities. So with that, I think that will be one of the aspects I would suggest from my experience.
Yeah, in addition to that, see, when we went in for a few clinical trials, when we look for clinical research associates and we want somebody already trained in clinical trials, the issue is that literally nobody. We have called for 5 or 6 or 7 times, literally nobody eligible could apply because there is no such course in Kerala or nearby. And only few courses, such courses are being conducted in CMC Vellore and probably in TMS just recently they started. And we are planning to start a fellowship program. The important thing is that any clinical trial which we bring in, if it has to go on, we need some people to support that. You cannot expect a clinician to go and see each and everything and do that. It is impossible. It is clearly impossible. Clinician will be the PI. I tell you, that's the truth. I am PI for few trials, and only thing is then I'll bring them the documents and say that, and my team has supposed to do it. So that is a clinical trial unit is mandatory. So we should have a clinical trial unit. But main thing is that this is a request to university to see that it's our responsibility to develop. If you really want to develop research, we need people who have been trained in clinical research and who knows about the clinical regulatory manners and how they should know about the writing of protocols, and they should know how to manage the clinical trial. Without that, we cannot promote clinical research in our institutions because it's extremely difficult. If somebody is doing an extremely good clinical research, I think that fellow has to be lauded because that is external, because this is a practical problem. This is clearly a practical problem. We want to do a phase 3 clinical trial and we wanted to do an intervention and study that we need clinical. So I request university to look into that. We should develop certain courses. I know that university is already planning for that. So we should have something because that is something which is important to take this clinical trials forward. And another thing, as Dr. Anju said, that there is just for the benefit of the crowd, in National Cancer Grade that conducts annually a workshop called CRIDO. CRIDO is a workshop which brings in experts from all over the world. So, you know, I've seen some biostatisticians, I felt they are magicians. There's literally magicians. They play with the data and then say that this is what it is. So whatever you give, they immediately play with that. So it is important for us to get exposed to that. That's sort of this one. So this CRIDO is one such workshop, and we used to conduct a program called Sort It. It's a 7-day program. It's just different from CRIDO, but that was only exclusively for MCC. In MCC, it is mandated that every clinician has to undergo this training because that is for 7-day program. 7 days they have to do on the protocol. They'll have the theoretical part, they do the protocol writing. Next 7 days they have to come back with the data. They have to do the analysis, and then third 7 days is for completing the writing. So we did that. 12 participants attended. All the 12 published papers, because all this could go to that. So something like that, probably I think university can think of and major institutions can look at it.
Adding to that, so not just clinical trial. I was part of cancer epidemiology trials also. I was WHO and IARC. So they also, actually we can conduct a lot of cancer epidemiology trials and then treat it in our hospitals also. So that also needs training, like statistics
Correct.
must be a
Yes.
part of training.
And another thing which Sir said is about data. Data is something which I think everybody has data, but unfortunately we will not share. And even one department will share the data to another department. That is just what Madam said. They will not even speak. So the thing is that we think, but if you look at the data, institution is a custodian of data. And literally we do not have any ownership of the data. Ownership is with the patient. And we each individual think that that is my own data. No, it is nonsense. It is ridiculous. It is not my own data. It is the data of the patient. And the patient has allowed us to take the data to help the community. So we cannot keep it in. So that is some area, some sort of a policy decision. This is very common problem in many institutions, because one department will not give that data to another department. For example, if I have done 20 osteosarcoma surgeries, if my resident from another department comes and asks me, I'll say, no, you cannot take it. So this is something very common problem that is, as Saras has pointed out. Anyway, that's also we bring it to the discussion. Madam, I'll go to the next one. Then
one major issue, which most of the clinicians who are interested in research is facing is lack of manpower support. So they need somebody to help them.
Exactly.
In fact, in many of the government institutions, the word research associate is unheard of. Even a statistician is not there in many institutions. So that is something, which I think the university can think of including in the mandatory requirements, that any institution should have a research associate who will be helping others in doing the research.
Outside India, even in Singapore and all, if a clinician is a research fellow, like, they have research associated with their department, he is also added as research associate.
yes, we need to have, because that is something important. And good thing is that now many major organizations are developing a clinical. We have a clinical research unit. So there it comes under separate division called clinical research and biostatistics. They have to take care all the studies that has to go around. Yeah, Madam, I will come to you later. Now let us go to Dr. Abhi Santosh. Now, regulatory restrictions. Do you think it is actually a regulatory restrictions or regulatory facilitations? because we came from an era where there was literally no regulations, and actually a lot of our patients were, they suffered, and ultimately a court has to intervene, and court has to say, that's looks like where pathetic it is. Court has to say you do the research properly. So we have come from that. So do you think it's a regulatory restriction or a regulatory, the facilitation? The few things which have been shown to me is one, extensive documentation. In a timely intimation, SAE, many times, our ethics committees are we constitute, but how many of these ethics committees are regularly trained? Because ethics committees do have a different, they are not only medical persons, because we have got lawyers and all those. So how many of them, and regularly we have trained them? Some ethics committee, they consider us as too stringent, so that, whatever proposal you take it there, they'll shut it down. So there are certain institutions which have got multiple ethics committees. I've seen investigators say, no, we will not take it to this committee, we'll take it to the other committee, because that committee is more lenient. Then compensation insurance. This is again, and a problem is that when we go for even investigator-initiated clinical trials, it's better to have an insurance there. So in that case, many times the insurance companies are not tuned to that. So when they go for clinical trials, only very few insurance companies bring in that. Then need for a dedicated clinical trial, which already we discussed. Now your take, Dr. Abhi.
Yeah, myself representing HLL Lifecare Limited, a technology provider and also a sponsor for the clinical trials. So we do trials mainly with the help of CROs, because some of the trials are being funded by external funding agencies, partly by the company and also by the funding agencies. We did trials primarily in the reproductive health area, contraceptions, and allied areas. And we did several trials for bringing out products to the market also. Recently, we had an experience with the regulatory agency, which we had last week. We presented a proposal for repositioning our molecule omeloxifene, which is a selective estrogen receptor modulator, for a different indication, which is being prescribed as a new indication. For this, we submitted the data from different medical colleges, including AIMS and institutions, where their PGs has worked for this with institutional ethics committee approval and all such regulatory requirements, and publication has been made. Altogether, 30 publications have been made on these subjects, and for using omeloxifene as a potential drug for managing nostalgia and fibroadenoma. When we presented this case before the DCGI, the scientific advisory committee commented that although there are 30 different trials have been done in the PG level, you, the sponsor, or the applicant, has not done any trial with the approval of DCGI for this particular indication. So we cannot grant a permission for this. So regulatory requirements are like that. So we need to get a trial with a protocol approved by them, with a guidelines has been laid by them, has to be followed. But then only this will be able to cross the regulatory barriers for bringing this product to the market. But even at this point of time, this is being prescribed as a off-label drug by the physicians, especially surgeons. And coming to the documentation, as we have all discussed, documentation, no documentation means no trials. It is so laborious. Documentation is required for conducting these trials and reporting all these matters, all the nitty-gritties to the regulatory agents. And this create a havoc in the clinicians, who there are so much load with the data and so much load with work, and they don't have time to look into all these data when document preparations. So, but these are all much required for the safety. These are all required for the people to understand the trials. And without documentation, no trial is to be accepted by the regulatory persons also. And the ethics committee, they are from different disciplines, including the judges, social workers, and all. They all have to be taken to the consent for the executing these trials in the human subjects. For all the minor changes or deviations also has to be reported to them, because it will have an impact on the drug or the device which is going to be used in the common public in the future. So how many covered the points?
Yeah, yes. Now, insurance compensation, anything do you do?
Yeah, we take insurance. We take insurance before the trials are being approached, are being allowed by the regulatory agencies, because it's a mandatory. We approach the national insurance agencies like National Insurance Company or Bajaj Allianz or so over, and based on the the type of trials or the risk involved, they will fix a insurance premium for the number of visits and number of patients and number of all these details. And we provide this data, provide this insurance to the agencies to protect our patient interest, including their loss of labor, their coming over to the site, to all the hospital administration if required, or any other adverse or serious adverse events which are being encountered in the future in the time.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have any insurance which has been done by your institution? Clinical trial insurances?
Yes, for the investigator-initiated trials, the institution has provided insurance. We have with New India Insurance, and I think Chennai Adayar is doing with Oriental Insurance also. They are where from we got the guidance to get this insurance. The insurance is provided, like the administration, our administration has provided guaranteed us for 5 trials in a year, investigator-initiated. For now, you can take.
Yeah,
so we do take that.
That is something very important. All those institutions should support the investigators by taking the trial insurances, because trial insurances not only because we look for this trial insurance 4-5 years back, and we found that many tenders, because being a government institution, we cannot give anybody to, so we had to go for many tenders, and nobody was willing to come and do that. Then ultimately we got it because Tata helped us, so we got the insurance. Now for past 5 years we do have insurance regularly, but that is something is very important. All those heads of the institutions, probably they're looking to, if you want your researchers to do some meaningful clinical trial, especially investigated initial clinical trial, they should be safe, the patient should be safe. And with this, I think we'll go to Dr. Suma. So community and public perceptions, and this is something, it's a very common thing, because I don't know whether you remember a few years back there was a big news. That is, the patients are, I think, some institution in Trivandrum, and some clinical trial, they said that then for almost 5 days, that was a breaking news. And one day I found that, Malabar Cancer Center name is also up there, because Malabar Cancer Center is also doing clinical trials. So I called up that guy, he's a nation head. I called up that fellow. He said, how do you know the Malabar Cancer Center is doing clinical trial? Sir, because we went into CTRA site. CTRA site, everybody is supposed to register. So we looked into it, Malabar Cancer Center. So you put that scrolling news. Then I asked you, what the CTRA, do you know any idea? No, I said. So then I said, then Pulli maintenance. Itrium patients in a guinea pig അവർ കഷ്ടപ്പെടുകയുമാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ രോഗികൾക്ക് യാതൊരു ഇതും ഇല്ല, അതൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളത് കണ്ടപ്പോൾ ഞെട്ടി. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ഇങ്ങനെ ഞെട്ടുകയാണെങ്കിൽ CTRA മാത്രമല്ല അതർ സം ട്രയൽസ് ഉണ്ട്, അതും കൂടി ഇപ്പൊ നോക്കി ഞെട്ടി മരിച്ചു. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇതൊന്ന് നോക്കാം. Then I think, then I got an opportunity to talk to this top brass of the channel. Then I explained to them, this is what it is. Then slowly, then I came to know that this is somebody, to instigate some problems that the people do that. So that is something which often produces a problem. Another problem is that some institutions, somebody will try to harm the colleague. So they will start writing right information, some errors and all. So ultimately people learn. So this is a very common problem in our state. But do you think that all these things are supposed to deter us from going to clinical trials and doing clinical research?
Not at all. Yes, about the awareness of the community and people about the research, still especially in Kerala, because nammal Keralathile പ്രബുദ്ധരാണെന്ന് പറയും, പക്ഷേ ലിറ്ററലി പ്രബുദ്ധരാണെന്ന് പറയും, പക്ഷേ they don't know the details or they don't look for the details. So many times they say that you are doing, one thing is about the making you a guinea pig. Second is the investigator is getting a lot of money and the investigator is doing it for money. And they don't know anything, and they do something with the help of either the international agencies or others who are selling the drugs. Maybe that they are doing it for the pharmaceuticals in the way of selling drugs, and you are getting a lot of money from that. These are some of the things which have been told by the people around. And this is, I'll bring your attention to this picture. This picture was appeared in the Time magazine in the year 2002. And when we were, because I started doing research from 1989, and 2002, we were discussing about this, because this has come in the time US, and there are a lot of commotions were there. But I wanted to tell that the same thing happens even now in our. So what is the solution? What is the solution means we have to explain to the patient. Before saying that, I would like to say 2 or 3 things about the capacity building we have talked about. because in the morning we have talked about the good clinical practice. Any person going into clinical trial must know the good clinical practice. And the two major principles of good clinical practice is the safety and well-being of the clinical participant or the patient or the subject. That is very, very important. That is why there are 13 principles. Then second is, at the end of the trial, you should have a credible clinical trial data. That means that when you are doing a research, you have to apply your mind onto that, and should be honesty and other things also should be there. And at the end of the trial, and when you request patients or the patients to be recruited, that is one of the challenges of the clinical trial, recruitment of patients. Sometimes you may not get enough number of patients which are required by the protocol. And in that case, even you can advertise, or you can advertise in the social media or print media. But thing is that whatever you are doing to get that advertised, that should be approved by the ethics committee. So the ethics committee and the ethics are also very important. So at the end of the trial, the team, it is a teamwork always. One person alone cannot do it, can never do the research. It should be a teamwork. And the team has the responsibility of telling the public, because it is the patients are coming or the subjects are coming from the public, to say what is your result. Always it need not be a positive result, but it could be a negative result also. So that there could be the saying about the results. That could be like depending upon the type of research, it could be by the publications, scientific publications, or even some patients are involved. You say that you can tell them, the patients who are involved, that this is being done. And we do that. We have completed a study recently on a doxycycline, whether to improve the lymphedema or not. And in that process, in the protocol itself, it is a double-blind placebo-controlled trial, and the second group is without doxycycline. So what we have decided in the protocol itself, that if the doxycycline is found to be positive or getting the results, then the other group will be given the same drug in the same dosage. But we have found that the doxycycline is not at all effective. The effective one was the hygiene practices and other things. The patient looking after themselves was helping them not advancing the lymphedema. So we have to tell them that we have to continue this, and because of the reasons that it doesn't have an added benefit. So that is our responsibility to tell the patients. Otherwise, they'll think that what they have done followed up for 2 years and 3 years, and then there is nothing there. So that responsibility, I think everybody should take into. And also when because in Kerala, when you are looking at the research, it is not much there. So the research should become a common practice also. I think the KUHS, I would request that there are a lot of capacity building to be done to go in for a research. One is the protocol writing we have already said about. Second is the good clinical practice. Then about the regulatory requirements and all these things. There are the chart out structured programs are available. I do the good clinical practice training for the countries which do the WHO training, WHO clinical trial. Before the beginning of the trial, all the investigative teams will be trained on the protocol, trained on the good clinical practice, regulatory requirement. I think such a program can be started by, or a course can be started by KUHS, so that it will be percolating all through the different streams. And there are people who are able to give the training also. I think the next step should be to have a team who are capable of doing the training. And KUHS associated, Dr. Sadish said about the nursing. I also very much appreciated the way the nursing, BSc nursing people do or MSc nursing do the research. So like that, there are different training which are required. Once you are trained, you will be confident. And until the end of the trial, you will be confident. You will be able to tell the patients or tell the population that what you have done and how it was done. So these things are there then. But just by saying that you're making people guinea pigs, or you're getting money, you're trying to get some money, and that's why you are doing research, that should never stop research. Because if there is no research, we are never going to advance in either patient care or the patient care management, or even in the social science. Social science research is also very, very important to look up the quality of life of a patient. What are the things you can do to improve upon the quality of life of a patient? So I find that the clinical research can do a lot of wonders for the patients, when you are looking at the patients, there are a lot of things which will be improvement for the patient. So I think this will not deter you from taking the research. The research has to be continued. Otherwise, we have seen here from the other streams, the type of research, the molecular biology and genetic research, which have been done by different people. So that has to be continued. Thank you.
Shobha, you wanted to add? Yeah, and I think, do you think we have to do a public awareness on research?
Yes, you can do it. Public awareness, that depends upon the topic, that depends upon the public's understanding, because sometimes when you see the results, it may have the other side of response. So I'm not saying that all research, but usually what is taught or what is trained is at least to the participants who were in the clinical trial. You have to tell the results because they have the right to know it. So that has to be in the informed consent form also. Sometimes our informed consent form runs into 4 to 6 pages where the information is all there. And we say that at the end of the trial, whatever is the result, that will be applicable for the other, will be given for the other people also. So you have a responsibility to tell them what has happened and what is the result also.
Now, this is the last slide. Yeah, please.
I'm interrupting too much. One thing is about the openness about the research. I think all institutions and all individuals who are conducting research must be bold enough to come forward and say these type of researches are going on in our institute, because that will make the people feel that research is something which goes along with treatment and education.
Correct.
And that is one thing which can be done. And second thing, which we used to have the advanced course in medical education. That time we used to give training for educational research to these people who are participating. And we are so glad to note that when the capacity is built up, they come with fresh papers every year. The same group comes with fresh studies every year. So that openness plus encouragement will definitely play a
that point is well taken. Now, so another major issue now coming to devices, how to develop protocols for device-based clinical trial. This is a difficult topic. And because few devices are come to us and we wanted to develop a protocol for that, it's not easy, not like a drug trial or something which we have to do. And this is something slightly different. Probably, is there any agencies or somebody who can help organizations to develop such clinical trial? For example, CROs, I know that there are certain scientific writing agencies are there and which help writing papers and also developing protocols. So do you think anything like that is there for the?
Yes, from the previous what I said, one is, training to your team itself can help. Medical writing. And we utilize medical writers who are specialized in writing these protocols, device or combination or chemotherapy or non-oncology, all. They have their expertise in specific sections, like, how to develop. And we'll have an oversight of medical also in that, because how it comes, outcomes. And it's a combination. As I said, it's not just a medical writer. Medical writer writes from the input in the protocol, from the biostats, from the medical and safety part, all those, and they know there's a format. Actually, when our device protocol, like I'm specifying device protocol because we are discussing on that, there's a format. Actually, the regulatory format will be there based on the type of class product we are going to have. So that needs they'll have the whole structure is almost the same like the other clinical trials. Like, we want to say, as I put those questions in it, why we are going to develop it. You need the preclinical, you need why you're doing, what are the similar studies happening, how is it, how you came into, and then the design. You should know what design you're going to plan on the device or the combination therapies. If it's phase 1, like if it's a combination, it goes with a normal clinical trial. The other one, pivotal studies, or if it is a pilot study, how we are going to do it. Like, so that design, the biostats inputs on the number of patients, how the power is going to come, how we are going to manage the safety parts. All these things should be, the important thing should be there, and there's a format. So that has to be a trained person. CROs can help if you're going to, like, we have CROs with full scope. And there are sponsors who ask for medical monitoring alone, sometimes data management alone, sometimes they ask for medical writing alone. And we have, in AQA, we have different kinds. Like, I am part of the global core group, where I'm also the medical advisor for JPAC. We have, and where the Japan, other Asia Pacific, and also IQB. And we have in India, because we need low cost trials, we have ILS program. And in that, we don't use our international team. we use local vendors. There are vendors who just do medical writing. You can utilize them. Who are expert in the protocol writings. You can use data management platforms, which is developed in-house in India. And that kind, you can utilize them also.
Yeah, now I think we are coming to the end of the discussion. Only a few things are probably to the attention of Mr. Padmumar, because in KMTC, the thing is that now the industry regulations have come. Now we promote industry and also the startups to bring in newer devices. So you need clinical trial background. So for that, I think we have a lot of institutions, and if you want these clinical trials to be carried out in hospitals, you have to support them. So one of the areas support probably, I think we have to promote industry to support these institutions with the help of the support team, clinical trial unit. They can bring in some, assist them in setting up clinical trial units there and help the development of protocol. Another one is this incentive. Incentive, I think that we should have a general policy on incentives, how to incentivize the clinical researchers for that institution to institution basis or general policy. Then another one important thing is that IPR and industrial collaboration policy, because now the government is in favor of developing industry, and the government expects the medical institutions to help industry. But when we don't have a policy, it's a big block, because we do not know, and naturally we don't speak, and we cannot do anything there. We know that it has to be done. We do not know how to do it, and who will give approval, how to get the approval. So everything gets blocked. So this is one classical problem, and when we work in government and such things. So probably KMTC can help developing such protocols and remove those barriers, and probably then I think more and more clinical research and related to device development could come in our institutions. And with this, I think we have come to the end of the discussion. This is a very fruitful discussion. We had a lot of interaction from the floor, and also the panelists put forward a lot of very important inputs. And a few things I would like to summarize is that one is that because we have to catch them and we have to train, capacity building is something very important. Possibility of incentives, we are allowed to look at it. Then there are administrative barriers which we have to prevent. Administrative facilitation. Generally, we say that administration should be facilitated rather than obstructive. So that is something which is very important. For that, the administrator should also know what clinical research is all about. Then the developing a protocol and having a support system in the institution is very important. So institutions should have a good clinical trial unit, and which can develop protocol, which can follow the clinical trials. And we need to have capacity building in that region. We need somebody already trained elsewhere, and then come and join, rather than somebody joining and we train them. That is not going to help. So somebody already trained elsewhere, so that's where probably university can look in, and we need certain policies both from the government side and institution side. With this, closing comments, I think thank you very much for giving this opportunity. I thank Mr. Padmumar and team for giving this opportunity to have a fruitful discussion over here. Thank you very much. Thank all the partners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request C. Padmakumar, sir, to present the memento to the moderator and panelists on the stage.
We request the participants to kindly send the feedback forms which is being shared with you online. Please scan using your mobile phones and submit the responses.
So if everybody can just open up your camera apps, or if you have Google Lens, just point it at the screen. If you're not able to get through to the form, just look for either Rojini or Binchu or someone around who can also bring the code to you closely.
Now we will be concluding the academic sessions by wrapping up the key takeaways of the day through a short recall session by Mr. C. Padmaguma, Special Officer, Kerala Medical Technology Consortium.
We'll have the wrap-up session in a few minutes, right after feedback forms have been filled. So I encourage all of you to fill up the feedback forms. It helps us understand what worked during the meeting and what didn't, and helps us to plan the next event also in a better fashion. Thank you. Hope that everybody's been able to access the feedback form and fill it up. If anybody has any issues, you can just let us know. Or else we'll move on with the wrap-up session. I think we can move on with the wrap-up session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know about all of you, whether you're feeling tired but I have to say that I am feeling wide awake and very much energized after a very good day's deliberations. So let me quickly take you through what happened today, just to refresh your memory. Dr. Ratan Kelkar, Secretary Medical Education, inaugurated the session. He stressed the importance of networking and collaboration between stakeholders and also emphasized about the potential of the medical device industry. Our Pro Vice Chancellor, KUHAS, mentioned that this is the first such event which is being held by KUHAS. He also talked about the University Innovation Cell at KUHAS and the fact that institutional innovation cells are already there in 100 institutions, but the plan is to expand it to all 350. Our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mohanan Kundamal, I thought made some very important points which bear repetition. India, he said, is not a market, but a huge unmet need. He said that one of the reasons why the Indian medical device industry has not developed adequately is that Indian doctors by and large don't trust Indian medical devices, and probably with good reason. So the answer is for the Indian medical device industry to make products of the highest quality to international standards. He mentioned that from a phase of dissemination of knowledge, KUHAS now intends to move to creation of knowledge. He also celebrated the case of Dr. Suma and the eradication of filariasis in the state. I think this is a story which needs to be told and is sort of well-kept secret. All the good things in Kerala seem to be well-kept secrets. And the VC ended by saying that Kerala has an aging society which will need assistive technology. So this is very heartening for us because we have been thinking about looking at assistive technology as the main focus for Kerala. The Dean Research, Dr. Shaji, talked about the University Innovation Cell, which has been recently formed, and how he is encouraged by the input from all the members and the institutions. He spoke about the importance of networking, of thorough testing, and that the focus will be on collaboration for, in the next 6 months in KUHAS. I thought we got an excellent idea, an overview, and some detail about clinical trials from Dr. Anju Gopan and Roshan. So we have, I think, a better understanding of the difference between clinical trials for drugs and for medical devices. I hope that there has been enough, networking among all the participants here, that you have their contact details and that you will reach out to them for any information that you may need. And during the Ask the Experts session, which I found quite useful, one important thing that we understood is that the DSIR certification is actually needed for funding, not so much for actually doing a clinical trial. Now, for that, you need to do the trial through a CRO, the latest amendments say, which is registered with the CDSCO. And what is most important is to have an ethics committee approval, and the institution should be registered with the Department of Health Research. The following presentations by a variety of institutions belonging both to KUHAS, various schools, as well as both private and government organizations, very varied. But all of them, I think the encouraging thing was the kind of work that is going on is extremely encouraging. And I think one of the big problems which we have is that most people don't know about it. And especially people in industry have no idea about the kind of work that is going on in these institutions. The panel discussion, I will take a few minutes because I found that really absorbing and very, very educated. So one important point is about the aversion or reluctance of doctors to actually do clinical trials. And there were various reasons given for this. Time, infrastructure, regulatory issues, the misperceptions, let us say, of the public, and what needs to be done about it. I think these are action points for us, and I will come to finally what we intend to do after this meet. So Dr. Suma did mention that it is true that the patient load is high, that there is a lack of research culture. And I think she made a very pertinent point that people at the top in many institutions don't seem to believe in research. Fortunately for us, the case is quite different in the case of KUHAS. But I understand where she's coming from, and I think she's talking about people even higher up the hierarchy. So I will come to that. I have something to say, but I agree that if the person at the top is not on board, you cannot achieve anything. That goes without saying. I mean, you can achieve something, but it's going to be patchy and it will be very little compared to the kind of output that you can get. We also had some excellent points about very poor interaction between departments in the medical college itself. Forget about, between different institutions and catching them young. So the example that Dr. Satishan gave about nurses as opposed to doctors, and the fact that their curriculum seems to have, a much greater focus on research, and so that they're better trained. Lack of incentives was another important point that was made. Dr. Anju Gopan made the point about having a team, a clinical trial group, in order to develop these protocols and actually to conduct the clinical trial. So it's not something which one person can do. I think Dr. Satishan also made the point about having courses in medical writing and allied areas, which would be of great help. And apparently there are no such courses in Kerala. This could be a great opportunity for KUHAS. The importance of statisticians and research associates in the university. Dr. Abhi Santosh Eprem of HLL Life Care talked about the fact that they are basically a sponsor for clinical trials, which they get done through CROs, and the fact that insurance cover, I think that was an important point brought out. They ensure that insurance cover is there for clinical trials. And coming to the point about the community, the wider community and public perception. This is a problem in Kerala, I think. And our problem is actually half-baked knowledge. Though we like to think of ourselves as a knowledge economy, at least that's what the government believes, and we are probably heading in that direction. I think our basic problem is that we all seem to know a little bit about something, and that is very dangerous. So the answer to that is actually education. So in conclusion, what we intend to do, a few things, and my recommendations to this audience also, this is something we will do ourselves in KMTC, but you are the experts, which is why I'm addressing this to you. I think a very important audience that needs to be addressed is policymakers. So policymakers are generally not very well informed. So they need to be informed, and they need to be informed by the experts and not just by the media. The second is, of course, to inform the media, communicate and educate to them. They also don't seem to be very well informed. We will come up with a report of this, a brief report of the proceedings. We will circulate it to you, and we intend to use this to guide our further actions and further means. I've also noted the point about the incentives for researchers. We have been continuously taking this up with the government. Admittedly, with the progress is slow, but I hope we'll get there. And Dr. Satishan's point about policy being very critical to removing the administrative roadblocks. Administration, as he correctly said, is supposed to help us, not stop us. Unfortunately, that's not the case today. And we will try and get there. So at the end of this day today, I must say that we are extremely happy from KMTC at the way things have panned out. It has exceeded our expectations. Our heartfelt thanks, first and foremost, to the Vice Chancellor and his team here at KUHAS, who have got out of the way and been extremely hospitable. And we will continue to expect the same kind of response and hospitality from the VC and his team in future, since we will be back many times. One of the things we pride ourselves on is the fact that we will follow up on whatever we do. Would also like to thank all the speakers, the panelists, all the delegates present here. And just to make sure that we have a proper conclusion to this meet today, I'd like to request the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mohanan Kunnamal, to kindly say a few words in conclusion. Thank you.
Good evening. All good things also will have to come to an end. Let me, at the outset, thank Sri Padma and team for giving us, the university, an opportunity to host such a good, excellent meeting. In fact, the meeting is successful because all those who came for the meeting, all of you are still here. And that shows the way it has been conducted, and that shows how the speakers could inspire the delegates. Now, this brainstorming session, I would put it like that, it's a brainstorming session, has given us a lot of ideas and a lot of duties to be done. Number one, our business is education. Our full-time business is education. And we have to educate our health professionals, not only in clinical service, but research also. We have been doing quite well in training them in clinical service, but we are not training them properly in research that has been loudly said now. So we have to do it, and we will do that. And for that, in fact, we have a Vijnan Bhavan inaugurated last week. A huge building with 1 lakh square feet area has been inaugurated by the Honorable Health Minister last week. And the very purpose of this building is, as I said earlier, creation of knowledge. So we can have many programs on training our health professionals to transform them into researchers. I've seen in many places in outside state, there are dedicated researchers with medical qualification or other qualification, but here people are not aware of it. Maybe people does not realize that this is also a very good lucrative profession. So now hearing this, a lot of people will realize that this is also a very good profession. So we are ready to train. So we need faculty, and government has taken a decision. You can have tenure track faculty, because otherwise an university to get a faculty, you have to go to the secretary and all the babus will say, why do you need faculty? So there is now you can have faculty without the permission of those babus sitting in the secretariat. So we can have tenure track faculty, adjunct faculty, guest faculty, visiting faculty, and I hope many of you will come to us, help us as faculty, and we can train large number of people who are dedicated to do research. Now, regarding catch them young, in fact, we have been thinking about it for a long time. Somehow it has not materialized. We have decided to give 1,000 every year, 1,000 scholarships to undergraduate students, an amount of 10,000 rupees each. If they come out with a proposal, the protocol and everything is not ready, but it has already been announced, decided by the governing council. And regarding the postgraduate research, those who get those papers published in recognized reputed journal, university has decided to give them cash award. All these decisions have already been taken. It will come soon. Therefore, this conference has given us a lot of opportunities, and we will continue to do what we are dreaming to do, because we have a reputation as a good educational institution. Now we need the reputation as a good research institute, and this has been accepted by the government also. Even yesterday, there was a very high level meeting at the level of Chief Minister, Health Minister, and Higher Education Council, and they have made certain policy decisions which will be announced soon. So all these things will be a welcome change. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Health Sciences, to present a memento to Mr. C. Padmakumar, KMTC, as a token of our gratitude. National anthem.
तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
We thank all the participants and speakers for their wholehearted participation and enthusiasm reflected throughout the day. Refreshments and tea are arranged to the adjacent hall.